Madam Deputy Clerk, the time is now 7:05.
The time is now 7:05, and I'd like to call the regular Township Council meeting to order. Roll call. Councilwoman Perone,
Present.
Councilman Anderson, not present at this time. Councilwoman McIntosh, not present at this time. Deputy Mayor Dr. Worthy,
Present.
Mayor Whitfield.
Present.
I'd like to invite Deacon George Phillips of Alpha Baptist Church to lead us in tonight's prayer.
Lord God, we thank you in your presence. Thank you for each and every individual, Lord God. But Lord God, we like to make this a little personal, Lord God. We ask you for our township and our citizens of other townships, those who are homeowners and those who rent. In the words of R&B singer, in the words of R&B singer, the song was, "We are all one." And that is the next phrase. We are all one. Period. To the Lord. Lord God, bless this people, Lord God. Lord God, allow your will be broken in love and support, Lord God. So in this meeting, Lord God, you will get the grace. You will get the grace of the blessing. You yourself, Lord God, will be the grace. Lord God, I thank you and I praise you.
Amen. Thank you, Deacon Phillips.
May we please rise for the flag salute.
I'll say, no, it wasn't R. Kelly. No. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And the singer that Deacon Phillips was talking about was Frankie Beverly and Maze. That's who you're talking about. We are one.
Notice was provided in compliance with Chapter 231 of the Public Laws of 1975 to the Burlington County Times, Trenton Times, and Philadelphia Inquirer, stating the date, time, and place, and the agenda to the extent it is known. Additionally, notice was filed in the office of the Township Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Clerk. Good evening, Willingboro. Thank you, everyone, for coming out this evening. We have a number of items on our docket for business this evening. But before we start that, I will go to Mr. Harris for our municipal updates.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, residents of Willingboro. Just a brief summary of some of the activities that have been going on since we last met. Finances report for the month of June, our total revenues collected were $829,961. 614,000 of that was tax revenue. 138,000 was miscellaneous revenues. 61,000 are other revenues, and 15,000 of those were unanticipated revenues, for again a total of $829,961. As always, our tax revenue represented the largest share of our collections, accounting for 74% of the total revenue. Although June is not historically a huge tax month, we did collect what we collected in support of our ongoing municipal operations. Our expenditures for the month were $3,627,725.90. 1.7 million of that was attributed to salary and wages. 542,000 was attributed to healthcare costs. 1.1 million for other expenses. For again a total expenditure of $3,627,725.90. In 2025, we applied for and was awarded a 2026 Bikeway grant. At the time we received the grant in the amount of $367,000, there was really no real plan for the utilization of that grant. But since then, the township has identified a more immediate bikeway-related need involving the existing pedestrian bridge over Milk Creek, the Nottingham Pedestrian Bridge, which is commonly referred to. A recent condition assessment indicates that the bridge is in need of extensive repairs and/or possible replacement. Because of the bridge is located on the township's existing bikeway network, the township has requested permission to reallocate a portion or all of the grant funding towards the repair or replacement of that bridge, and we are waiting for final authorization to move forward with that. And when we receive it, we will let you know. PSE&G has begun repairing work on many of the streets disturbed during its main gas main replacement project. The utilities is in the process of completing 42 street repavings between now and the end of August. Separately, the township is also in the process of designing and preparing for an additional $3.7 million in roadway repairs for Willingboro and other streets throughout the municipality. And this work remains an important component of the township's broader infrastructure improvement strategy. With our Public Works Department, two Willingboro Township Public Works employees, Mr. William Franklin and Demir Harmon, have successfully completed the NJDEP Basic Pesticide Core Training, which is the next step toward operator certification, and it requires 40 hours of supervised spray application experience. The township arranged for both employees to receive the required supervised training through the Casino Reinvestment Development Authority Special Improvement Division in Atlantic City. Training was provided under the CRDA Assistant Manager, Mr. Lance Hamilton, between June 22nd and June 29th. And this training was necessary because most individuals who apply pesticides as part of their employment or on behalf of a government agency must properly be licensed as commercial pesticide applicators or operators. And completing this training will allow DPW staff to safely and effectively carry out herbicide applications in compliance with state regulations here in Willingboro. Also under Public Works and Infrastructure, a sinkhole was discovered at the corner of Babbitt Lane and Brooklawn Lane. For safety reasons, a steel plate was placed over the sinkhole as a temporary protective measure. Initial observations indicated that the sinkhole may be located above an existing storm pipe, suggesting possible pipe failure and or joint separation. A second sinkhole was identified at 84 Brooklawn Drive. This location did not appear to involve a damaged pipe, but rather joint separation. The contractor filled the sinkhole and with millings to eliminate the open hole condition during the overnight and reduce immediate safety concerns. Yesterday, with the torrential rains, it also revealed another failure in the basin at Bradford Lane and Baldwin Lane. This failure appears similar to the issues that are already being designed for repair at Babbitt Lane and Bradford Lane, though it is in a separate location. The township was already advancing design work for the Babbitt and Bradford Lane repair, which has projected costs of approximately $900,000. And we were in the process of securing the funding through the New Jersey Water Infrastructure Bank. And this newly identified Bradford and Baldwin basin failure will need to be incorporated into the township's broader immediate stormwater infrastructure planning. And based on the nature of this issue, this additional repair may be just as expensive or more expensive than the Babbitt and Bradford project. And we may also wish to continue furthering our conversation and may possibly developing a stormwater utility to help kind of manage some of these costs that are continuing to surface in regards to our stormwater infrastructure. We will be going out to bid for the Kennedy Center RTU supports replacements. As you may recall, we did the ESA program, and part of that program called for air conditioning units, or which is RT rooftop units at the Kennedy Center. When they placed the units, they did not put proper supports on the roof of the Kennedy Center. And we are going ahead and moving forward to repair or remedy that situation. Fire and EMS Medical Services, there are 4 volunteer fire graduates from the Spring Firefighter 1 program. They graduated on Tuesday, the 16th or June 16th. 1 volunteer, Trevon Cox, received the Army Specialist Benjamin C. Moore Memorial Award for the most improved student. And this award recognizes the student who improved the most academically while enrolled in class 106 of the Firefighter 1 program at the Burlington County Emergency Services Training Center. And we just want to offer Firefighter Cox some congratulations on his award. The Youth Fire Academy began today or Monday, the 6th, and will run for 2 weeks with graduation scheduled for July the 18th at noon. We're happy to report that all 4 of our ambulances are currently in service. In inspections and code enforcement, the inspections department has begun citing businesses that have not obtained the required annual mercantile licenses for the current year. The department is also working with Bradley Hanson of the Burlington County Agriculture Board regarding Woolman property located at 36 Rose Street. The township has received numerous complaints from Rittenhouse residents concerning the property maintenance conditions at that particular location. Our recreation department has been very busy. The Country Club pool opening celebration was a major success, attracting approximately 700 attendees. Residents enjoy music, activities, and the official kickoff of the summer pool season. The adult swim was equally as successful on this past Thursday, and the free swim on Friday had crowds and lines all day. On June the 24th, the township officially launched the Summer in Motion series. The new mobile recreation initiative was designed to bring recreation, wellness, entertainment, and community resources directly into neighborhoods throughout Willingboro. The kickoff event was well received and established positive movement for the remainder of the series. And I believe the next one is scheduled for tomorrow in Pennypacker. Yeah, so if you are able to come out, please support your neighborhood recreation programs. And throughout the month, recreation staff continue to prepare for Camp Sun and Fun, which also started on Monday. Our senior services, Willingboro Township is pleased to announce the appointment of Mrs. Adrienne King as the township's new manager of the Senior Center and Senior Services. Mrs. King, why don't you come to the podium? Mrs. King joined the township on Monday, July 6th. A respected community leader, an accomplished professional, and Willingboro resident for more than 26 years, Mrs. King brings extensive leadership experience, program development expertise, and a lifelong commitment to public service. In her new role, she will oversee programs, services, and initiatives that enhance the quality of life for Willingboro senior residents while expanding opportunity for engagement, wellness, education, and community. Mrs. King earned a Bachelor of Science in Communications from Bowie State University and began her career in public service as a legislative aide to Assemblywoman Shirley Turner. In that role, she developed a strong foundation in government advocacy and constituent services. And as the township manager, I am pleased to welcome Mrs. King into this important leadership role. Her passion for service, proven leadership, and commitment to improving the lives of others align directly with the township's commitment to providing outstanding services to Willingboro senior population. So I would like to present to the council and the residents of Willingboro, Mrs. Adrienne King, who is our new manager at the senior center. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
I am proud to be a part of the Willingboro team. I, as Mr. Harris has already said, been here 26 years, so I'm no stranger to Willingboro, no stranger to being of service. And quite frankly, my heart goes with children and with seniors. And for that reason, I know I am the right person for the job, ready to get the work done and to continue in the footsteps of Ms. Foster, who has built a great center, which is evident in seeing my last 2 days interacting with our seniors. But there's more work to be done. So I'm looking forward to doing that work and working alongside with the team, as well as the council, to make sure that our seniors are well taken care of. So I thank you. Look forward to seeing all of you more, getting to know you more, and you getting to know me as well. But I thank you for the opportunity to be able to serve where I currently reside.
Awesome. Thank you, Mrs. King. Any questions or comments from Mrs. King from the council? No? All right.
Thank you.
Well, welcome.
Thank
We're glad to have you on board. We look forward. You have some very big shoes to fill. Ms. Rita Foster, the force in this community. But I'm sure you know all of the wonderful work that she's done and are prepared to follow in her footsteps and improve the senior center even more than the great beacon that it is now. I will say personally, I look forward to the programming, ensuring smooth operations, and also an addition of some intergenerational programming
Absolutely.
and bridging the gap, as you stated that your heart is with the children and with seniors.
Yes.
And I think it will be such a value to bridge that gap.
Yes. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. King.
And that is my report this evening, Mayor.
All right. Any questions for Mr. Harris? All right. Mr. Harris, I did have one question, just as an update, and if you don't have an update tonight, you can also add it to the list for next meeting. But we had started the lighting project, and I know they have been updating some of the lighting, the street lights within the community. Just curious as to the further progress that we've made on that and where we are on that project.
I will have a report for you at the next meeting.
Great, thank you. All right. And with that, we'll move on to the resolutions and ordinances.
So the ordinances for introduction being presented to you this evening is ordinance number 21, which is an ordinance amending chapter 314, section 1, section 314-A, which is the placement of receptacles to remove the requirement that the townhouse receptacles be stored in the rear yards, rear yard fenced areas. Actually, we had asked that particular ordinance be removed from the agenda for consideration. Ordinance number 22 is an ordinance establishing compensation benefits and other policies for non-union employees, unclassified employees, and elected officials of the township of Willingboro. And was this for the second hearing or the introduction? This was for the second hearing. Yeah, 22. We introduced this at the last meeting.
Last meeting.
Ordinance number 23 is a bond ordinance providing for the replacement of the stormwater outfall pipe at Plumtree Lane in and by the township of Willingboro in the county of Burlington, and appropriating $195,000 therefore, and authorizing the issuance of $185,400 in bonds or other notes for the township to finance part of the cost thereof. This is for the emergency outfall replacement at Plumtree, which was the second emergency appropriation that we needed to do for outfall repairs in conjunction with Peachtree. So that's the second portion of that project. Ordinance number 24 is a bond ordinance providing for the improvement of various municipal buildings in and by the township of Willingboro and the county of Burlington, New Jersey, appropriating $3,925,000 therefore, and authorizing the issuance of $3,738,000 bonds or notes of the township to finance part of the cost thereof. This bond ordinance is in relation to the ESIP project that was undertaken by the township back in 2023. At that time, we did introduce a refunding bond ordinance to finance that project, which we were supposed to receive, or the bond was supposed to be paid back from the savings from the ESIP program, but for reasons beyond my understanding and control, that bond ordinance was never finalized with the local finance board, and was never, so we were not able to move forward with it through the final funding process. So we now need to go back and reintroduce that bond ordinance for that purpose. The only difference is that it will not be a refunding bond ordinance. We will just have to pay it like we pay the other notes, but we will still receive and see the savings from, or the anticipated savings from the ESIP program, hopefully to offset that expenditure. Ordinance for public hearing and final adoption, ordinance number 17, which is an ordinance of the township of the county of Willingboro and the county of Burlington, state of New Jersey, amending the municipal code to add a new chapter providing for the establishment of a municipal performing arts center utility fund, defining its governance and structure. This was for the establishment of the Performing Arts Center as a municipal utility. So that's what that particular ordinance was for. We did introduce that at the last meeting, and there was just one amendment to that ordinance that we are asking that the salary be established in the salary ordinance where all the other ordinance are provided for municipal employees, directors, managers, and et cetera. Ordinance number 2026-18 is an ordinance to improve municipal operations and efficiency through reorganizing of departments by amending Chapter 3, Article 15 of the Township Code relating to the Department of Recreation. This is the restructuring of the Department of Recreation and the Senior Center, bringing them under one umbrella as the Department of Recreation and Wellness, and establishing the roles of the department and its operation. So again, this was for public hearing and final adoption. Ordinance number 19 is an ordinance amending Chapter 272-121 of the Code of the Township of Willingboro to reduce the compliance period from 10 days to 5 days to constituents or to constitute, a final order for township abatement. This is streamlining the time that residents have from 10 days to 5 days to abate any situation on their property under which they may get a code violation. We felt that by reducing it by 5 days would just move the process along quicker. And that is our hope. Ordinance number 20 is an ordinance of the Township Council of the Township of Willingboro, County of Burlington, amending Ordinance 2026-14, which is amending Chapter 370, Article 17, Supplementary Regulations of the Code of the Township of Willingboro by creating a Section 370-94 entitled Operational Red Lid Additional Refuge Cart Program. This was the optional red lid cart program that we implemented with the new solid waste trash contract, where we are removing the $145 annual collection fee for the second red carts that are optionally being placed by applicants or by residents who may apply for and pay the $75 placement fee for those carts. Everything else and the ordinance remains the same. The resolution is being presented to you this evening for consideration. Resolution number 136 is a resolution authorizing the approval of vouchers and payments and ratifications. Resolution number 2026-137 is a resolution to adopt the 2026 municipal budget. Resolution 2026-138 is a resolution authorizing the Township of Willingboro to award a contract under a national cooperative agreement known as the Houston-Galveston Area Council Cooperative Purchasing System to purchase one Pierce Enforcer chassis 1,500 gallon GPM, which is gallons per minute, I believe, a 750 gallon tank heavy duty rescue pump. That's for a new fire truck. Yeah, a lot of words to say a new fire truck. But that is what that is for. We did allocate $1.2 million for that particular project, and we were happy to receive a $400,000 grant from the state of New Jersey, thanks to Senator Troy Singleton on behalf of Willingboro to defer part of the cost of that expense. So we formally thank Senator Singleton for once again looking out for Willingboro. Resolution number 139 is a resolution authorizing change order number 11 for a contract with J.H. Williams Enterprise for the Willingboro Performing Arts Center Phase 2 project. This particular project had to deal with the installation of heat into the HVAC units. For some reason, when that unit was placed on the Kennedy Center way back when, there was never any heating element on that unit. So that's to include heat. So when people are in the theater, they can be nice and toasty warm. Resolution number 140 is a resolution authorizing the Township of Willingboro to award a contract under a National Cooperative Purchasing Agreement known as Sourcewell to purchase a tire changer and wheel balancer, and that is for the Department of Public Works. Resolution number 141 is a resolution authorizing the Township of Willingboro to amend Resolution 2023-96 to change the contract extension option and extend the contract for the acquisition of electrical services. This was for Mr. Chapman. What was the vendor again for the electric? KRS. We needed to extend their contract so we can utilize them for electrical services and to continue to pay them for services that they provided for us in 2025. Resolution number 142, I'm sorry, is a resolution authorizing the Township of Willingboro to establish a not to exceed contract for main access systems Incorporated. That was a contracted participant in the New Jersey State Approved Purchasing Cooperative contract for T2424 for the 2026 contract year. Resolution number 143 is a resolution authorizing an increase to the 2025 estimated contract value for Taylor Law Group for the provision of labor counsel services to the Township of Willingboro. The Taylor Law Group submitted us some very late bills in 2026 from 2025 that we need to extend their contract value to authorize the payment of those late bills. And finally, resolution number 144 is a resolution designating Willingboro Townhomes AMS Development LLC as the redeveloper for the redevelopment of a portion of certain property identified as block 5.02 lots 8, 9, 10, and 11, and 17 located on Route 130 and authorizing the execution of redevelopment agreement in connection therewith. That is the property attached with the old Burlington Times property, which is being looked to be redeveloped into townhomes and affordable housing. So that would be designating them as the authorized developer for the redevelopment of that property. And those are all of the items being presented to you this evening for your consideration.
All right, thank you, Mr. Harris. At this time, we'll move on to our first public comment. This public comment is for agenda items only. You'll have 2 minutes to discuss any of the items on the agenda. Please state your name when you come to the podium. Public comment is now open for agenda items only.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Oh. Do I give this?
Yes, Ms. Scott.
Good evening, Council,
Good evening.
Madam Mayor, Deputy Mayor, Council. My question is first on the.
Can you please
first-
state your name?
Oh, I'm sorry, Tony Mathis, Medford Lane. Your ordinance for townhomes. The ordinance 02621 and ordinance amending chapter 314, section 1, section placement of receptacles to remove the requirements that townhome receptacles be restored within the rear yard fenced area. Had been asking for months what the plan would be for, since we have two townhome communities, but Rittenhouse was the main one, where there had always been an issue with the new, larger trash cans, and the trash cans could not fit inside of the fences because they were too wide. I had asked DPW and Mr. Tunzel actually sent a letter just today in questioning about what would be done about what's the plan for helping your residents be able to not be given a summons or a fine because their trash cans are outside of the fence because they cannot fit inside of the fence. And it seems now that I'm seeing that you have an ordinance on the table. I'm not quite sure what that means and if they have contacted the HOA, and the HOA is in agreement with this plan, because the HOA has their bylaws specifically say that the trash cans have to be on the inside of the, I know that Willingboro has their own ordinance that says that, but the HOA also has that ordinance also in their bylaws. What's the plan for that? There were, if in fact you're going to change the rules, then I guess that there has to be some kind of communication with the board, the HOA board. I had a couple of questions because of the fact that the residents in Rittenhouse have been fined, and there's rumors all over Facebook how much the fines are. If they're $30, if they're $80, is the township actually taking the trash cans if the trash cans remain behind the fence? I'm not sure what the rule is for that. That would be something that I would hope that either DPW can answer or code enforcer can answer. Of my time? Oh, I was still looking and I thought I still had more time. I'm sorry. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Mathis. Any other public comment for agenda items only? Seeing none, this public comment is now closed. Mr. Harris, would you be able to call up Mr. Tunstall to talk a little bit about the trash can ordinance?
Yes, but Mayor, that ordinance was actually removed from, or we asked that it be removed from consideration for
Mhm.
tonight.
Would he still be able to speak to it?
Absolutely, Mr. Tunstall.
Come on down, Mr. Tunstall. It's your time to shine.
Right. Good evening,
Good evening.
Madam Mayor, Madam Deputy Mayor, Councilwoman McIntosh, Councilwoman Perone. How are you? All right, so in regards to the trash cans, obviously that ordinance is not going to go through. We are still requiring that the trash cans be placed inside the fence. We do recognize there are a handful of fences that do not meet the requirements for the trash cans to fit into them. And we are dealing with them or addressing them on a case-by-case basis. I've had a extensive conversation with Mr. Harris about having the opportunities to replace those fences or work with the residents to get those fences reconfigured so the trash cans do fit. There are very few that have that particular issue. Matter of fact, I can count them on one hand. The others are in conformance, and we are working with the HOA to continue that conformance. I think some of the other issues associated with the trash cans are not pertaining to the rear, and Mr. Harris is addressing them with the HOA as well as with their legal counsel. If there are any other questions, I would be glad to address them. But we will handle those issues with the fences on a case-by-case basis. Sometimes you have to really kind of manipulate the trash can to get it to fit. And we understand that that can be a problem specifically for individuals who are unable to physically maneuver the trash cans inside the fences.
Okay, so in your communication with the HOA, they would still require them be within the fences, so the inspections is working with residents on a case-by-case basis so that they don't get the.
For the ones that do not fit, correct. I mean, you'd be surprised that we've had a tremendous amount of participation in terms of effort from everyone to make sure their trash cans go inside the fence and are not placed in front of the properties like they had been in the past. If you drive through Rittenhouse, that is not a problem now. We have some other problems, but that particular issue is not an issue pertaining to trash cans being in the front of the properties. We are currently dealing with an issue with them being in common spaces, but that's another issue altogether and not relative to the question that was asked.
Okay,
All right?
thank you, Mr. Thompson.
Okay.
All right, so with that, we will be pulling ordinance 21 from consideration this evening. And we will move on to the introduction of ordinance 2026-22. And it's first because I did check the agenda from last meeting. It wasn't on the introduction for last meeting. We talked about it in prep, but it wasn't on for last meeting. Okay. I know, right? Yeah, no. Okay. Yeah.
May I get a motion to introduce ordinance 26-22, an ordinance to establish compensation, benefits, and other policies for non-union employees, unclassified employees, and elected officials of the Township of Willingboro.
So moved. Second. Moved by Councilwoman Perone, seconded by Deputy Mayor Worthy. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Councilwoman Perone,
Yes.
Councilwoman McIntosh.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Dr. Worthy.
Yes.
Mayor Whitfield.
Yes.
May I get a motion to introduce ordinance 26-23, the bond ordinance providing for the replacement of stormwater outfall pipe at Plumtree Lane in and by the Township of Willingboro in the County of Burlington, New Jersey, appropriating $195,000 therefore, and authorizing the issuance of $185,400 bonds or notes of the township to finance part of the cost thereof.
Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Worthy, seconded by Councilwoman McIntosh. Any discussion? Roll call.
Councilwoman Perone,
Yes.
Councilwoman McIntosh.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Dr. Worthy.
Yes.
Mayor Whitfield.
Yes.
May I get a motion to introduce ordinance 26-24, a bond ordinance providing for the improvement of various municipal buildings in and by the Township of Willingboro and the County of Burlington, New Jersey, appropriating $3,925,000 therefore, and authorizing the issuance of $3,738,000 bonds or notes of the township to finance part of the cost thereof.
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman McIntosh, seconded by Deputy Mayor Worthy. Any discussion? Roll call.
Councilwoman Perone,
Yes.
Councilwoman McIntosh,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Dr. Worthy,
Yes.
Mayor Whitfield.
Yes. Now for the public hearing.
I'd like to open up the public hearing for ordinance 26-17 titled An Ordinance of the Township of Willingboro and the County of Burlington, State of New Jersey, amending the municipal code to add a new chapter providing for the establishment of the Municipal Performing Arts Center Utility Fund, defining its governance structure.
So moved.
Second? No,
Gotta ask.
no,
this
this
is the
is
public,
public.
this is the
This is
public.
public.
Anyone wishing, yes. Anyone wishing to come forward to comment on this ordinance only, please do so.
All right.
Seeing none. I'd like,
Oh. Do it again. Okay. Before we close the public hearing, Mr. Harris, will you just explain the amendment to ordinance 17 one more time during the public hearing?
The amendment to the particular ordinance was to strike out one particular sentence where it stated that the township manager would have exclusive control over the operations of the Performing Arts Center, and then asking for the salary be established in the salary ordinance, where all the other salaries are established for roles and positions within the township.
All right, any discussion from council?
I have discussion, but are we done with this is our time?
This is the public hearing.
Yes, I have discussion. No?
Yeah.
Me? Okay, thank you.
Councilwoman Brown.
Thank you. In addition to those strikeouts, Mr. Harris, I see that you've strucken out the responsibilities of the title from director to manager. And of course, titles come with salaries. So I'm concerned about that. I'm additionally concerned because this is the same ordinance that I spoke about at our last council meeting, whereby it identified roles and responsibilities of the company or individual that we hired, Duckett, where you paid him over $500,000. I'm sorry, close to $500,000 for the Performing Arts Center, and of course, adding the Jazz Festival and et cetera. With regards to this particular ordinance, you've strucken out the salary where it says $60,000 to $80,000 salary range. And it says establishing the salary ordinance, but that's a blanket statement. So I need figures that should be really be associated with what salary ordinance are you specifically referring to. You also entered here, it says the person will be entitled to health insurance and other benefits. And just to be very specific, we're talking about the Willingboro Performing Arts Center that is to be open hopefully next month. That means there will be a performance sometimes. That means some group or someone will perform on the stage sometimes. What I cannot understand is why do we have to pay a person a full-time salary for a possible event that could take place and give them health insurance and a blanket check for their salary and change the title from director to manager, which we know managers make more than directors. So, well, why not leave it as a director? But as you can answer that, I'm gonna get all my questions out. Again, this is, supposed to create revenue where we're selling tickets for revenue, but then we're, including a whole person's salary and health insurance. The community's already at a height with how much we're expensing on taxes, okay? So how is it that we're gonna receive revenue, but you're actually increasing expenses by hiring somebody? The recreation department has directors, has supervisors. Why isn't it that these individuals can facilitate intelligently to hire people to perform on the stage and collect tickets? I do remember the last meeting, it was explained that we needed a separate fund in order to sell tickets, et cetera. That part I understand. What I'm not understanding is why are we creating a whole salary, which is going to cost the township more money when the whole purpose of it was to create and revenue? Those are my questions.
Thank you, Councilwoman Pearl. Mr. Harris, would you be able to explain just once again the thought behind it?
Excuse me, point of
Where-
order. I'm sorry. My questions were to Mr. Harris, and he does not need an interpreter about my questions. I asked Mr.
Excuse me,
Harris.
excuse
I
me,
will- no,
Councilwoman Pearl, point of order, point of order,
My question
point
is
of order,
order.
Councilwoman Pearl.
Do not
Point of
need
order,
my question.
Councilwoman Pearl. Thank you. As I said, Mr. Harris, would you be able to respond to Councilwoman
Thank
Pearl's
you.
questions as well as answer the reasoning behind this as well as the intention for this program as it concerns the current position?
Yes, but let me just clarify that in the ordinance, when I was reviewing the ordinance, I noted that in some spaces I was referring to the person as the director, and others I was referring to them as the manager. So when I was making the changes, I wasn't changing the title, I was making it consistent all throughout the ordinance. And the title is a manager for the Performing Arts Center. So I was removing a director who makes more than a manager, not the reverse. So the township went through the whole process of paying several $1 million to build a professional performing arts center for Willingboro. They desired to have professional performances, different programs for the community, theater programs, school programs, performing arts educational programs, and you also thought it was wise to have someone professionally manage the Performing Arts Center. So that is how we entered into a contract with Mr. Duckett years ago for the management of the Performing Arts Center. This particular ordinance was put into place to establish the management and operation of the Performing Arts Center and our ability to collect revenues and to turn around and utilize those revenues to pay for expenses related to the Performing Arts Center, whether they be salaries of employees, whether they be for performers, whether they be for concessions, whether it be for ticket takers or security or parking attendants, whatever. Initially, we thought that we would be able to do that under a recreation trust program. We had many meetings with the Department of Community Affairs. They said, no, you cannot do that type of application under a trust fund. They gave us a couple of options. One option was to establish a performing arts utility, or the other one was to establish a performing arts, I forget what it was, but after discussing with our finance department, our auditors, and the Department of Community Affairs, we felt that it was best for the township to move forward with a performing arts utility, which would allow us to collect revenues and to immediately use those revenues to pay expenses related to the Performing Arts Center, enabling the Performing Arts Center to become a self-liquidating utility, meaning that every dollar that it takes in should pay for every dollar of expense. That is our goal, and that is what we are shooting for. As long as our revenue exceeds or meets our expenses, there will be no financial burden to the residents of Willingboro on a tax basis for the operation of the Performing Arts Center. Does that answer your question?
Yes, most of my questions. One other question was I asked, and you did answer most of the questions. I did ask, we have a recreation department with managers and directors, and I do believe that they're all fully capable of managing a performance on the stage. So why
Yes.
isn't it that not part of the recreation department?
Yes, we have a recreation department and a recreation director who does recreation. And I believe that our Performing Arts Center is more than just a performance on the stage. So again, this is a decision of the governing body. If you collectively feel that's all that it is and that's all that you want, then you have
Well,
complete control over that.
Okay, that's your answer. That's your response. Again, it's just expenses that we're looking at and we're trying to use it for revenue, but it's already starting where it's becoming an expense that's unnecessary. And I'm not speaking about just one director at the recreation department. There are multiple people there that can fully manage somebody walking on the stage and somebody applying to be there or registering and collecting tickets. We have security officers that we already pay. We have staff fully functioning with that building. What I don't understand is, and I will conclude here, Madam Mayor, is, because this will be a no for me. And I want you to understand that you've not convinced me, Mr. Harris, that we need to hire another person to collect tickets for a show on a stage. And I do believe that the people who are currently managing and running the recreation department are intelligent enough to hire and get performances on that stage. I forgot one other thing, and this is not, it's about the Duckett thing, because initially Duckett knew very important people, very high-end performers. They're going to bring all of these really high-end people here. So if this is the manager's now job, where are we going to get these high-end Patti LaBelle people coming here? Because we didn't get it. We paid them close to $500,000, but now this does not describe that these are going to be high-end performances, because in the contract with Duckett, it does say that he's going to produce that type of show. It didn't open. We still paid him. So I'm trying to find out, that's not a part of this utility thing. And I do understand that the money part, selling tickets, etc. I get that part. It's the person behind it that I'm not completely in agreement with. So, and nobody has yet to explain these high-end people that's supposed to come and make all of this money for us.
Thank you, Councilwoman Perone. Deputy Mayor Worthy.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councilwoman Perone, I do appreciate your questions. I had some of those same questions and concerns early on as well, because it is an expense to bring in someone to manage the utility. And the way as I talked to Mr. Harris and understood the utility more and understood the vision of what this Performing Arts Center is supposed to do in Willingboro, what I further appreciated was having someone who's going to go out and cultivate the shows and the performances, and with feedback from the council and from residents to understand what types of shows that we want to have, not just a performance here and there, but on a regular recurrent basis, whether it's youth theater, or we have a Patti LaBelle type, or if we have a book series, or if we have people coming in to do big debates, or whatever these different things are to provide more cultural experiences here in Willingboro. So I think that if we try to compare the PAC to the banquet facility, and like if we're saying, okay, well, it's kind of like the banquet facility, you're just bringing in some folks, here and there to do different things, then I can see how you can get to, well, why would we need a person just to do that? But if we're looking at the PAC as something that's going to be revenue generating to ultimately become a self-funding, self-generating entity, similar to like the NJ PAC, but just, the Willingboro version of it, then I do think we need someone who's dedicated to it, who also, regardless of the person, because this utility establishes the position, it doesn't say it has to be, a particular person. It is just establishing the structure. I do think it's important to have whoever comes in to have familiarity with running the stage, having some contacts for sound engineers, light engineers. And I think we have a fantabulous recreation department, very talented folks, but they're not familiar with, or we would have to send them all out for classes or whatever to learn the sound engineering, the lighting, how to run the theater. I think it is something that deserves someone who knows what they're doing. And at the end of the day, if it doesn't work out, if we evaluate, we set some goals, some criteria, we want some shows, and we watch it over the next, year or 2 years or 3 years and assess it and say, this is not working for Willingboro, then we can always try a different model. Do we want to go in partnership with another entity? How do we want to go forward? But I do think that because we're just getting started, having a dedicated utility manager is critical to having a strong start so we can have these types of cultural experiences in Willingboro. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Worthy.
Madam Mayor, can I respond to her?
Councilwoman Perone.
You just mentioned some things that are not in this utility. You said they should be doing stage lighting and et cetera. None of that is in here. It says reporting structure. It speaks about responsibilities and duties. And it says including but not limited to facility scheduling, programming coordination, rental administration, box office, ticket coordination. It doesn't say anything about lighting. Then you have limits of authority, all contracts, appropriations and fees, schedules, staffing levels, positions, clarifications, and budget actions. What is that? Only Lord knows. Then you have civil service compliance here. This is where I speak about the health insurance and then you cross out how much they're going to make and it's just look at the salary ordinance and pick one that's whatever's in there and we're going to vote on that. It's just pick a salary and that's what it will be. This doesn't say anything you just mentioned about why we need this utility authority, except for what Mr. Harris did mention about selling tickets and appropriating the money elsewhere. I understand that that's necessary. What I don't understand is this entire job description, that's what it is, for a person, what exactly are they doing? And they're not doing what you just mentioned. And everybody that's at the recreation department, that's exactly what they do. People come to the banquet, they rent the banquet out, they have weddings, they have funerals, they have shows, they have step shows, games, you name it, different events. And actually the recreation department used to be the department that actually hires the performers for the jazz festival. So we really are growing, it's the growing financial expense. And I'm looking at this because I was a mama, we cannot afford it. And this everything is more, more and more. And what you described is just that's not in here.
And thank you, Councilwoman Perone. And I will just add that as we said a few times now, this ordinance establishes the utility. It does not give the job description of the position. The job description will come from Mr. Harris. This just establishes the structure of how the utility will be set up. It's not it does not include a job description for the roles of the manager within this establishment.
Madam Mayor, may I respond to your statement?
No,
It
we're
says duties and responsibilities, and it also says salary. So how are you saying that does not describe a job description?
it just has the salary and it has duties and responsibilities.
That's your job. That's what the person will be doing. No further statements. We can move forward.
Thank you. Any other discussion on this? Seeing none, roll call. Oh, we have to close the public hearing. Can you put your mic on, Nikki?
Seeing no further public comment, I'd like to close the public comment for the ordinance 26-17. Can I get a motion to finally adopt ordinance 26-17?
So moved. Second.
Moved by Councilwoman McIntosh, seconded by Deputy Mayor Worthy. Roll call.
Councilwoman Perone,
No.
Councilwoman McIntosh,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Dr. Worthy,
Yes.
Mayor Whitfield.
Yes.
I'd like to open up the public hearing on ordinance 26-18, an ordinance to improve municipal operations and efficiency through the reorganization of departments by amending Chapter 3, Article 15 of the Township Code relating to the Department of Recreation. Anyone wishing to come forward to comment on this ordinance only, please do so. Seeing none, I'd like to close the public comment for ordinance 26-18. Can I get a motion to finally adopt ordinance 26-18?
So moved. Second.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Worthy, seconded by Councilwoman McIntosh.
Councilwoman Perone,
So moved.
Roll call.
Oh, yes.
Councilwoman McIntosh,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Dr. Worthy,
Yes.
Mayor Whitfield.
Yes.
I'd like to open the public hearing for ordinance 26-19, entitled an ordinance amending chapter 272, 121 of the Code of Township of Willingboro to reduce the compliance period from 10 days to 5 days to constitute a final order for the township abatement. Anyone wishing to come forward on this ordinance, please do so. Seeing none, I'd like to close the public comment for ordinance 26-19. Can I get a motion to finally adopt ordinance 26-19?
So moved. Second.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Worthy, seconded by Councilwoman McIntosh. Any
Council-
question? Roll call.
Councilwoman Perone,
Yes.
Councilwoman McIntosh,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Dr. Worthy,
Yes.
Mayor Whitfield.
Yes.
I'd like to open up the public hearing for ordinance 26-20, an ordinance of the Township Council of the Township of Willingboro, County of Burlington, State of New Jersey, amending ordinance 26-14, amending chapter 370 of Article 17, supplementary regulations of the Code of the Township of Willingboro by creating a new section 370-94 entitled Optional Red Lid Additional Refuse Cart Program. Anyone wishing to come forward on this, to comment on this ordinance only, please do so.
Good evening. Please state your name.
Good evening. My name is Carl Schultz Jr. I am.
One more time.
Oh.
Can you just speak into that?
My name is Carl Schultz Jr. I am a resident of 127 Holbrook Lane. Actually been a resident of Willingboro for 63 years, predating Levitt. As far as the ordinance that is offered, I fully support the changes that have been incorporated in this ordinance, because I was very concerned about the way the original ordinance was passed, particularly with regard to those people that had purchased the bins prior to the, I think you may have all received a copy of a letter that I had forwarded you, but I just wanted to say that I appreciate the incorporation of the changes and I support it as it's currently written. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schultz. Any other comment at this public hearing?
Seeing no further comment, I'd like to close the public comment for ordinance 26-20. Can I get a motion to finally adopt ordinance 26-20?
So moved.
Second?
Moved by Councilwoman Pearl, seconded by Deputy Mayor Worthy. Roll call.
Councilwoman Perone,
Yes.
Councilwoman McIntosh.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Dr. Worthy.
Yes.
Mayor Whitfield.
Yes. For the resolutions, are there any resolutions that council would like to pull from a consent agenda?
Mayor, if I may just state for clarity, we do need to have a public hearing on the budget amendments prior to adopting the budget. So maybe we can do that before you get into
Okay. But there are none that you want to pull? Okay. All right, Madam Deputy Clerk, can we go into the public hearing for the amendments? Yes.
May I get a motion to open public hearing on the amendment of the 2026 municipal budget?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Worthy, seconded by Councilwoman McIntosh.
The public hearing is now open. Is there anyone from the public who wishes to speak on the amendment of the 26 municipal budget amendment budget?
Good evening, Ms. Diggs. Can you just give an update? And I know you talked about this before, but just rebrief on the amendments from the
Okay.
budget.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Deputy Council members, residents.
This is the mic. Thank you.
Okay, to go over what we introduced at the last meeting. We made several amendments to the introduced budget. And mostly the amendments covered a $342,691 amendment that the state of New Jersey required us to make due to the recalculations of the 2025 healthcare, the 2026 healthcare provisions. So that was the major portion of the amendment, and then we made, in order to remain in compliance, we had to readjust some of the numbers to come up to the over 300 some more $1,000. So that's in summary of the amendment.
Any other questions or comments from council? Seeing none, thank you, Ms. Diggs. There's no other comment from the public. All right, Madam Deputy Clerk?
Seeing no further comment, I'd like to close the public hearing for the amendment of the 2026 budget. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Second. Roll call.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Worthy, seconded by Councilwoman McIntosh.
Councilwoman Perone,
Yes.
Councilwoman McIntosh,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Dr. Worthy.
Yes.
Mayor Whitfield.
Yes. All right, can I get a motion for a consent agenda for resolutions 2026-136, 2026-138 through 144?
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman McIntosh, seconded by Deputy Mayor Worthy.
May I get a motion to approve?
Roll call.
Sorry. Roll call. Councilwoman Perone,
Yes.
Councilwoman McIntosh,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Dr. Worthy.
Yes.
Mayor Whitfield.
Yes.
May I get a motion and second to approve the same?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Worthy, seconded by Councilwoman McIntosh.
Councilwoman Perone,
Yes.
Councilwoman McIntosh,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Dr. Worthy.
Yes.
Mayor Whitfield.
Yes. All right. Approval of the treasurer's report?
May I get a motion to approve the June 30th Treasury Report?
So moved.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Worthy, seconded by Councilwoman McIntosh.
Councilwoman Perone,
Yes.
Councilwoman McIntosh,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Dr. Worthy,
Yes.
Mayor Whitfield.
Yes. We'll also do the minutes, please.
May I get a motion to approve the June 16th regular meeting minutes and executive meeting minutes?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Worthy, seconded by Councilwoman McIntosh. Roll call.
Councilwoman Perone,
Yes.
Councilwoman McIntosh,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Dr. Worthy,
Yes.
Mayor Whitfield.
Yes. We did it after the public hearing. That was the vote. The public hearing and then we did it. Madam Clerk, your updates, please.
Yes, this is just a friendly reminder that all mercantiles in Willingboro expired on June 30th, 2026. A reminder that a mercantile license is required for anyone conducting business in Willingboro. For more information or to receive the link to complete the online application, please contact the clerk's office. You can email us at clerks@willingboro.nj.gov. The following are the approved peddler and solicitors for Willingboro, Allied Experts, Advanced Green Home, Sun Run, and Top Line Roofing. While these vendors are approved, they are still prohibited from knocking on anyone's door that has a no-knock sticker. If you find any of these vendors or another unauthorized vendor soliciting, please contact the clerk's department. And to obtain a no-knock sticker, you may complete the online application by going to the Willingboro website. An upcoming event that's coming up in September, we will have our Community Shred event that will be hosted on September 12th between the hours of 10 a.m. and 12 noon. And this event is open to Willingboro residents, and more information will be provided.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. Any questions for the clerk? All right, seeing none, we'll go into unfinished business. At the last meeting, we had a presentation of the emergency operations plan. I wanted to follow up before we sign off on it, if there were any questions, concerns, or comments on the emergency operations plan. No? All right, so I will move forward with signature. Can I get a motion to adopt the emergency operations plan?
So moved. Second.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Worthy, seconded by Councilwoman Perone. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Councilwoman Perone,
Yes.
Councilwoman McIntosh,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Dr. Worthy,
Yes.
Mayor Whitfield.
Yes. All right, so I will sign that and we will be in compliance for our emergency operations. Under new business.
I have unfinished business.
Oh, okay. Any other unfinished business?
Yes, thank you. So unfinished business, oh, this, somebody else. Next. Yes, so I have two. We, again, and I spoke about it briefly earlier today, this evening rather. The question was not answered. We hired Duckett to bring artists to the Performing Arts Center that's not open, and the council voted to pay him $7,000 every month for the past 2 years. So I'd like to know, Mr. Harris, what did we pay Duckett to do exactly? Because he received $7,000 in total, $456,000. So what did we pay him to do exactly?
I don't have his contract.
I have his contract.
Okay, so go ahead.
So I just know he didn't do anything in the contract. So I want to know what did he do, because the contract, he's supposed to bring artists, sell tickets, and we will receive revenue for how much we paid him. So he didn't bring artists, he didn't sell tickets. He also did not pay for security, which it says it in there that he is responsible for paying for security, right? And then the next year, we amended his contract to include the Jazz Festival and First Fridays. And you confirmed that he also didn't pay for security. The township council paid security when it's in his contract to pay for security. So he actually owes us money. And in addition to the security aspect of it, because as you see in his contract, Mr. Harris, it doesn't say except for the Jazz Festival. It says, in addition to the Performing Arts Center, we are including Jazz Festival and First Fridays. So I want a real answer. What did we pay Duckett $456,000 to do?
So Mr. Duckett has been instrumental in facilitating the finishing and the opening of the Performing Arts Center. That's what Mr. Duckett.
It's not open, sir, and he did not
Councilwoman
build the construction of the.
The Performing Arts Center is finished. We received our certificate of occupancy. We went from nothing to completion under the direction of Mr. Duckett, who was very instrumental in helping us get to this point. Now, if you are not in approval of the work that has been done, then please don't make it seem like it is a me failure. That was the contract that was approved and awarded by the Township Council to Mr. Duckett, and we paid him according to that award. So if you are not satisfied with what services he has provided, then please provide for me what it is that you would like for me to execute to move forward,
Right.
and I will do that.
Thank you, sir. And that's what I'm asking you, because in his contract, and anybody objecting to his contract, please raise your hand. In his contract, he is supposed to bring artists, sell tickets. He did not do any of that. We hired people to build the Performing Arts Center. He did not build the Performing Arts Center. He didn't put up curtains, he didn't paint, he didn't screw anything, he didn't drive the electrical wards through the building. We hired and paid a lot of money for people to build that Performing Arts Center. So I'm going to ask you one more time, Mr. Harris, please tell me, what did Duckett do? Because he did not open that place. We hired professionals to build the construction of that building, and we paid people to make sure it was compatible with a CO, receiving the CO.
Yes.
What did he do is just tell me, what did he do?
So you recall that you're absolutely correct. We hired an engineer to oversee the construction of the Performing Arts Center. Do you recall that we had many problems with that engineer? Do you recall that the engineer shut down the opening for the Performing Arts Center for months? Do you recall that we had issues with the lighting systems and the sound systems and the roof constructions, and we had issues with the curtains, and we had a lot of issues with the construction of the Performing Arts Center under the engineer. So when Mr. Duckett was hired, we anticipated that the Performing Arts Center would be open and operating and running much sooner than it actually was. but we had so many problems and delays with the engineer that it actually came to a stop for a very long period of time. And Mr. Duckett was very instrumental in using his experience, and expertise, and guidance to help us get over the obstacles with the engineer that helped us get the Performing Arts Center to completion.
We hired Panoni to build that, didn't we hire them?
That is correct.
Okay, so please, Mr. Harris, last time, what, don't say he was very instrumental, like you use more vocabulary for me. What did he do?
Councilwoman, Pearl, I don't know what. more I
Nothing.
can
Okay,
say.
it's,
Councilwoman Brown, Councilwoman, point of order, point of order.
Mayor, do you know what he?
Point of order, Councilwoman
You
Brown.
signed off.
Point of order, Councilwoman
Did you
Brown.
sign his checks?
No, I did not.
Okay, did you approve the $7,000?
No, I did
Yes,
not.
you did.
No, I did not. We
Okay,
did
so
as a
what-
council.
What did he do?
Councilwoman Brown, thank you for your
That's the
comments.
question to you,
And
Madam Mayor.
thank you for your
What
comments,
did he
Council.
do?
Thank you for your
Again,
comments, Councilwoman.
People of the public,
Thank you for your,
recognize
You're not
that
giving me
nobody
a
here has
chance to answer.
asked you.
you're not giving me a chance to speak, Councilwoman Perron. As I said, point of order. Thank you, Councilwoman Perron, for your comments. And as Mr. Harris has stated, this project had come to a complete stop under the direction of the engineer that we hired. This is a common past practice in Willingboro that companies that we hire to work on our behalf take advantage of us, spend our money, use it for things that we don't ask them to do, procure items that we don't ask them to procure, give us substandard materials, and do not produce the product that we have contracted them to do and asked them to do. This is what happened with Panoni. This is why the construction stopped on this. This is why we ended up having an additional sound system that was not adequate or not the sound system that we asked for the Performing Arts system, for the Performing Arts Center. This is why after when we are about to get the CO, the construction had to further be delayed because Panoni did not put in the proper fire alarms for the Performing Arts Center. This project, and I understand, yes, we hired Mr. Duckett to procure talent and to sell tickets and to take tickets and all of these things. Yes, but we would not have completed this project and we would have squandered the taxpayers' dollars if we would have let Panoni continue to run amok on this project. They procured curtains that were see-through from the audience, which is the whole point, to block the stage. Very expensive curtains that were see-through that Mr. Duckett found. Sound system that was for the engineer said, this is the sound system that we used in my church and it's good enough. That is not what we asked. We asked for a top of the line sound system for the Performing Arts Center so that we could have talent come in and it would meet their requirements. That is not what we were given. I don't know sound engineering. Anybody else up here know sound engineering? As you say, raise your hand. Okay, so nobody else up here knows what we needed in that Performing Arts Center in order to have to fulfill what our wishes were, fulfill the vision that we had for that Performing Arts Center. Mr. Duckett was instrumental, critical to getting that project done and getting it across the finish line. And if you wanted to take that project on your own, you're more than welcome to have any input in that. You did not.
Does that complete your statement?
Councilwoman McIntosh.
No, before, Madam
Councilwoman,
Mayor, is
I
that
call
complete?
who's next,
Okay.
Councilwoman McIntosh.
Just for clarification, I know this 400,000 is thrown up quite a bit. Can we have some explanation for that? Because it's not a $400,000 salary, which is being presented as. I just want to make sure there's clarification for the public what $400,000 went to.
I can clarify that.
Mr. Harris?
So I think 400,000 was the accumulation of what he was paid over a 3-year period.
Thank you, sir. Like I said, Madam Mayor, does that complete your statement? Sorry, Councilman McIntosh.
No, it wasn't.
No, go ahead. I'm sorry.
But it also, when I looked at it, it also
That's correct.
included acts that were paid, that was typically done with recreation at the time, right? So that wasn't his salary. That's what I'm saying. I think we got to be very clear on what that, because that is a big investment, but I want everybody to be clear what that investment went toward. It wasn't towards a person salary. Correct?
Understood. Yes. So Mr. Duckett did utilize some of his personal funds to secure talent, which he was reimbursed for. But most of that compensation was for his salary.
Madam Mayor, I'm sorry, does that complete your statement?
I don't know what was so funny about that.
Um,
That was a question.
No, I'm not laughing.
Okay.
Councilwoman McIntosh, are you done?
Yes, thank you.
Madam Mayor,
Councilwoman Pearl.
so I'm going to respond to first your statement, Madam Mayor, and then I'll get to McIntosh's statement and Mr. Harris's response to that. So, Madam Mayor, again, we are all intelligent people in this room, and I asked a very simple question. What did Duckett do? And then you borrowed Mr. Harris's word. It was very instrumental. Okay, so I would have expected some description that he built the stage with his bare hands, that he screwed the nails in the wall, something he painted, okay? Something. What did he do? And he's very instrumental, okay? Everyone up here has confirmed you gave him $7,000 every month for 2 years, okay? And I said, for what? Because his contract does not say, go and check on Pannoni, make sure he's doing his job. We hired Pannoni. If Pannoni wasn't doing their job, we handled it. And that's what happens with construction. We have a vision, they're doing the best that they can do, and if we don't like something, Pannoni steps and say, okay, we can make this change order request. That's what we did with Pannoni, because we had a business with Pannoni to build that place, and they did just that. Duckett did not build that place. If he didn't like the speakers, yes, he said, oh, you need better speakers. I've seen better. Okay, it's advice. We got to pay him $7,000 a month? No. What did he do? I keep asking. You did not answer that question, Madam Mayor. For the record, you did not answer that question. Neither did Mr. Harris. So to Councilman McIntosh's statement, okay, because she wanted clarity of the $456,000, okay, you know what that is? As Mr. Harris said it 3 times, a larger portion of it is his salary. Now, with regards to him paying out of his pockets, let me explain what that means. Like the Jazz Festival coming up, one of the artists, let's just say they charged us, I think they did charge us $15,000. On the check, it goes from the Willingboro Township to Duckett. And then Duckett takes some of it for himself and pays whatever to the artist. That's the way it's done. That's the way it's done, because even when the Recreation Department was hiring our acts for the Jazz Festival, they would hire a company like Duckett and say, hey, we need some artists. And they say, okay, I can work this out. The business is with the company that's procuring the artists. So because you included Jazz Festival and First Fridays in his contract for the Performing Arts Center, which has not been open, which you've been paying him $7,000 a month, he didn't use any of his money. What he did was say, hey, listen, I'll give you $15,000. We can make this out. I'll give you maybe $500 right now, and I'll get the rest to you later. That's what he did. He didn't use any of his money. He used the taxpayers' money, okay? We gave that $500 deposit to him. We gave that back to him and then some, okay? So that money, Madam McIntosh, Councilman McIntosh, that is his salary, because he is paid for every single artist that's there. Okay, and that's why I said, why aren't we paying the actual artists? Why are the checks going to Duckett? Nobody could answer that question, okay? So nobody here is stupid. We know what's going on, okay? And what's going on is highway robbery. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Perron. Just to set the record straight, that is in fact not what happened. For a number of years, we have been using companies to procure artists for the Jazz Fest and other events, because we cannot contract directly with the artist without going through public contracts law. Public contracts law is very restrictive and would not allow us to secure the artists that we would like to have at these events. So we go through another company to do that process for us. For the past few years, we have been using Duckett Entertainment for that process, and it is a pass-through entity where Duckett secures the acts. We pay back Duckett for those securities. We did also include the contracts within the packet at the last meeting that we approved, which also stated the amount of the contract verbatim from the contract, and that's the amount that Duckett will be reimbursed for as we move forward. All right.
I have
Is
additional.
there any other unfinished business?
Yes.
Councilwoman Pearl.
Mr. Harris's residency. We discussed it at the last council meeting. He gave his presentation. We went back to discuss. I sent the report. Madam McIntosh sent her report about 20 minutes before this meeting. Or I think it was, I saw 4:50 or something like that. So with regards to his residency, Mr. Harris does not live here, and I would like to continue that conversation.
So with all due respect, that's a personnel matter and it needs to be discussed. in
Well,
executive session.
that's the topic, your residency.
That's a personnel matter.
It's a,
and it
we
needs-
can go personnel. I'm just saying that's unfinished business. We opened up in the public.
And
So that's.
And
what-
Councilwoman Perone, that is
Yes.
going to be discussed. Mr. Harris has been rice for this evening, and that is going to be discussed in executive session. It was improper for you to bring that up in public.
It's not improper. I did not receive your rice notice
Thank
that
you.
you were riced. I did not receive the notice. Okay, Madam Clerk, did you send me his rice notice? Thank you. Yes, she did not
so
send
she-
it to me.
So she
Not-
did let you know that he
and
was
she
rice.
Sent it to him and he did not
So,
accept
point
it.
of order.
It's not point of
Point
order.
of order, point
No,
of
it's not
order.
point of
Point of order, it is point of.
I did not receive it.
Point
I
of
did not
order.
know. So there's nothing.
Point of
wrong with me
order.
Bringing that up, Mr.
Point of
Harris,
order.
Okay, because we discussed it
Point
at the
of
last
order.
meeting, and that's why I
Point
brought
of
it up
order.
today, Okay? So I'm
Point of
looking forward
order.
To finding out when you're going
Point
to move
of
to
order.
Wilkesboro in executive session. Okay?
Point of order.
Thank you. Let her play.
Point
with the
of
blocks a little
order.
bit more. Bang it some more. Okay? Play with your blocks.
Point of order,
Play with your blocks.
Point of woman, Councilwoman Perone.
Play with your blocks.
I'm sorry, at this point, if your conduct continues to be
At this
disrespectful
point,
in the
I'm in-
meeting, we will take a vote to have you
I'm in-
removed from the meeting.
All right, go ahead.
We
Go
will.
ahead. Have me removed when Councilman Anderson's in jail?
We will have you.
Yeah, let's try that. Let's try that. That's another topic to discuss tonight. Let's keep it real. How about that?
Is there any other topics of
Keep it real.
unfinished business? All right, on to new business. I brought this up and council, you've been distributed a packet, regarding Vote 16. This is an initiative, from the New Jersey Institute of Social Justice, which would allow 16 and 17-year-olds the right to vote in local elections. This is a topic that I discussed with the youth of our community during Youth in Government Days.
Madam Mayor, your mother's speaking. Can you bang your blocks again? Quiet, madam.
Excuse me.
That Madam Mayor's mother.
Excuse
quiet.
me.
Bang your blocks now.
Excuse
You're
me,
being,
Councilwoman Perone.
sit down, mother. Sit down, Samantha Whitfield's
Councilwoman
mother.
Perone,
You're being disturbing.
Councilwoman-
You are disturbing the meeting.
Councilwoman-
You will be removed. You will be, bang your blocks now. Bang it on your mother. Let's go.
Councilwoman Perone.
Bang it on your mother. Silencio. Silencio. Oh, cursing now.
Councilwoman
Bang
Perone.
bang the blocks now. Bang the block.
Councilwoman Perone.
Get your mother out of here with her ghetto self. Yes, bang the block. She's cursing.
Councilwoman
in a
Perone,
body-
your behavior is
Your mother just
completely
cursed in this
disrespectful.
room.
Councilwoman
Your mother
Perone,
just cursed in this room.
Councilwoman Perone,
Yeah.
your behavior is
Put in
completely
order.
disrespectful. You are disregarding the order of this meeting.
Order.
Council, can I get a motion for a 5-minute recess?
First, so move second.
Second.
Second. Here you go. Break. Talk to your mother.
It's been moved by Deputy Mayor
Good.
Worthy. It's been
Yeah.
seconded by Councilwoman Perone.
Yeah,
Roll call.
about to be moved. You're about to be moved. Play with me if you want to.
Councilwoman Perone,
Yes.
Councilwoman McIntosh, Deputy Mayor Dr. Worthy.
Yes.
Mayor Whitfield.
Yes. Madam Deputy Clerk?
Can I get a motion to come out of recess?
One more time.
Excuse me, may I get a motion to come out of recess?
So moved.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Worthy, seconded by Councilwoman McIntosh.
Councilwoman Perone,
Yes.
Councilwoman McIntosh, Deputy Mayor Dr. Worthy,
Yes.
Mayor Whitfield.
Yes. All right, thank you. Before we went to recess, I was, discussing item of new business, the Vote 16. Vote 16 is an initiative by the Institute of Social Justice, that would allow 16 and 17-year-olds to vote in local elections. This is a policy that I discussed with the youth of our community at multiple occasions. I've been a substitute within the schools, within the high school, talking to students about this. We've also talked to them about this at Youth and Government Day, and some other interactions that we've had with them. Our 16 and 17-year-olds now are much more informed on what's going on politically than they have been in the past, especially lately. They've been very informed and concerned about what is going on within the school district. In talking with them, they desire the ability to be able to vote for their school board representatives, based on, you know, what they have to say, what their plans are for the future of Willingboro Public Schools as well. For council, I've included in the packet a brief about Vote 16, why 16 and 17-year-olds should be allowed to vote in local elections and beyond, and then also a memo from the New Jersey Institute of Social Justice explaining the initiative as well as a sample ordinance for this. As many of you know, the voting age of 18 is a little bit arbitrary. It was lowered during the, I want to say, Vietnam War, because citizens were able to go and serve in war at 18, but were not permitted to vote. So that voting age was lowered for that. And I think with the increased social consciousness of our youth, we should allow them to vote in our local elections. So I ask the council, please review the material that I presented and we'll discuss it at a later meeting. Yes. Councilwoman Brown. Councilwoman McIntosh.
So what authority do we have to change that? What's the request? After we review it, what are the options?
So the mechanism is in place because there are a number of states, cities, and towns, even Newark just recently passed this to allow 16 and 17-year-olds to vote in local elections in other states across the country. So the mechanisms are in place to allow this age range to vote within our elections. We would just have to pass the ordinance to allow it within our municipality. Deputy Mayor Worthy.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I did read that in some places they lowered the age for the school board as well as the local elections. Based on what you've read and what you've uncovered, were you asking council to, is it yes, no, or both and, or what are your thoughts in terms of local elections and or school board elections?
Yes, I would be in favor of allowing 16 and 17-year-olds to vote in both school board elections and local elections. There are a number of different positions. Especially working in the schools this year as a substitute, our youth have concerns. Our youth are interested in the policies. They know when we change ordinances, and they have questions about them. And I think, interacting and being able to work that muscle of civic engagement at a younger age, I hope will invite them and encourage their participation in the civic process as they age past 18 and beyond for the rest of their lives.
Thank you.
So some of the states that already allow 17-year-olds to vote in Delaware, DC, Indiana, Kentucky, Maryland, North Carolina, South Carolina, West Virginia. They allow 17-year-olds to vote in primaries. And in Maryland, there are a number of towns that allow 16-year-olds to participate in all local elections, no matter what local elected official they're voting for. 16-year-olds and above are allowed to participate in those elections. So I think it will be a very worthy cause. I think this would put us as a very progressive community, which I think we endeavor to be a progressive community, and can help spread this practice throughout New Jersey. Any other questions?
Yes. thank you.
Councilwoman Brown.
So I did flip through the pages a bit, fast reading through it. At first glance, I would like to look through more and do some more research. But at first glance, my concern is that I didn't see anything in here about neurological development at 16 years old. So I would want to research that. Where are we? Where is a child or teenager's brain development at 16 and 17 years old? Number two, they don't pay taxes. So they're not contributing to the money that we have to send the taxes over to the school district. So they're actually benefiting because whatever we send, that's what we buy for them. So that's like my children in my house decide what I'm going to do with the house, but they're the children. So I think we start getting really messy when we start having children decide what the adults are going to do. So at 18, we're considered legal age as an adult. You can do other things. And there's still some brain development at that age, but it's even further younger at 16. And we're not talking about students that are 16 and they do very well academically. That's not what I'm speaking about, because there are a lot of different choices and experiences that they have not yet to experience, such as purchasing, closing on a house, keeping the water on, keeping the lights on, working, getting the children to school, from school, Pampers, baby milk. Even if you're a teen parent, you're probably living with your parents. So I just think such a big thing like that, to have them vote for the adults to be before them, something about that disturbs me. However, I would like to see some initiatives from them. If you have a group of students that are interested, have them come out to the forums. If we see that they're at the council meetings, because where are they? How many people in here are 16 years old? Raise your hand. One. Out of all the people that's here, we have one. So they should come out to the council meetings, come to the school boards, become active there. Then it shows me that we have a pretty mature crowd here. In addition to, again, I would like to see neurological reports from professionals, behavioral specialists, where a brain's function of a child that is 16 and 17 years old, because yes, they're still children. Even if they're teenagers, they are young adults, okay? And I don't take it lightly to put the responsibility of the tax dollars in the child's hands. So that's my thought at first glance. I'll research what you have here. I didn't see very much challenging. I saw one little part challenges, but again, I flipped through it. But I'm pretty sure there's more research that I can find, and I will look further into it. But thank you for bringing that to our attention.
Thank you, Councilwoman Perone. And I mean, I understand your concern. I did have some conversations with them about that. And right in the beginning of the packet, I know you haven't had a lot of time to look at it, but it does say, despite their age, research shows that not only are 16 and 17-year-olds neurologically and socially mature enough to vote responsibly, they are equally informed about and engaged about political issues as their counterparts. And there is a citation there. So there are some scholarly articles that support their neurological development in that sense. So I look forward to a full discussion at the next meeting. All right. Any other new business? Seeing none?
One other thing, I'm sorry. There was one other new business.
Councilwoman.
Just a suggestion, because I know that there are some residents that come to the council meetings that standing up and walking is challenging. So I wanted to see if we could invest in a microphone without a cord and possibly have somebody pass the microphone to those who need assistance with getting out of the pews and coming up here, just to make it a little bit more easier for somebody that walking may be challenging. I remember somebody that was blind, she made her way up here, but if we can just with the Disabilities Act, probably invest in a microphone that we could hand to those who need it, not to everybody, but I just wanted to bring that thought to the council. What do you think about a cordless microphone for people who may have challenges getting to the microphone that are in the building at the meeting?
All right, thank you for,
What are your thoughts on that? That's the question.
I think I would like to research the issue a little further. Just brought it up at this meeting, so I'd like to look at it and look at what the investment would look like.
I can buy one.
Thank you for your comments. Deputy Mayor Worthy.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I appreciate you bringing up the wireless microphone. I think one of the things just to consider is how we would moderate it, like just making sure we have the clerk or deputy clerk, just figuring out how to do that part of it. But on the surface, I think it's a great initiative to be able to help make sure we have more accessibility to people who enjoy getting up and sharing their thoughts. I'm Holly. Make sure they are able to say what they need to say. But I do think that just figuring out how is it going to be moderated and passing it around. But I think it's a good idea.
Thank you.
All right. We have reached the point in our meeting for public comment. This is our general public comment. You'll have 4 minutes to discuss a general issue. There are comment cards in the back. If we need to get back in touch with you to provide an answer to your question that we're not able to answer tonight, please send your comment card to our deputy clerk or Mr. St. Hilaire, and they will be sure to make sure that they have your information. You'll have 4 minutes. Public comment is now open for general issues. Yeah, please state your name.
Let me gather myself. My name is Ronnie Livingston. I live in East Garfield for about 20 years. First, I want to apologize to the council, Madam Mayor, because this is new to me. And I'm only here for one reason, and that was every day I go down to this lake that we have down at Crystal Lake. And every day I go down there. And it's a group of us, and we fish down there every day. And it's due to my ignorance that I didn't know that they was putting a boat ramp with all this here in our spot where we fish at every day. And I got a question. Is it okay that I ask council a question? Have any of you ever been down there fishing? Y'all have? Yeah? Okay, I'll be down there every day. I've never seen. I'm down there every day. I'm retired. I was down there every day before I retired. And this big plastic boat ramp taking up the nature of where we sit at. Guys been sitting there for 20, 30 years, and y'all bring this big atrocity to this space. I guess it was from a grant that we received.
Oh, we'll answer the questions.
Oh, okay.
It's
I guess
okay.
it was from a grant. That grant could have been used to beautify the trail around it. It could have been used to beautify the thing, and it probably would have been a lot cheaper just to keep the grounds done and everything. But here we go. I mean, we was down there really like livid today because this thing came from out of nowhere. Maybe because I didn't come to these meetings, but I see why I didn't come. But anyway, all I want to know is where did this come from? Who agreed to that? Nobody came down to the lake and asked us, did we want this down there? So we had to come here. We had to come to this meeting, to find out about a thing that's going to be put in nature where we fish at. I guess y'all don't like nature like we do, other fishermen that's down there, because this was so hurtful today to have this done to fishermen that been fishing there for years. And all of a sudden somebody say, oh, we putting this down there so they can use kayaks. And kayaks, this is not what we do. This is not what that lake. If y'all know this lake, if y'all been in Willingboro, this is passionate for me. This is what I go down there and I fish every day. And to see this just to sit there, have my coffee in the morning, just to see the lake, the trees, not this big piece of plastic that they done threw out there in the water. I don't know if y'all will understand that, if y'all don't do nature like I do. But this is, I just want to know why.
Thank you, Mr. Livingston. Yes, at the end of public comments.
Good evening, council,
Name-
Mayor. Ricardo Thurston, 22 Holton Lane. I was here about 3 years ago, asking a question about my street, Holton Lane, being paved. I asked 3 questions. How much money did Willingboro receive from the bipartisan bill that Joe Biden put in? I asked, when was the last time my street was paved? And when will it be done? The answer I got was, I didn't get an answer about how much money Willingboro received. I didn't get an answer about when the last time my street was paved, but I did get an answer about when it was going to be done. And I was told that PSENG was doing a project of laying new piping throughout all of Willingboro. And after they did that, they're going to look at the streets based on need, how bad the street is, before it be assigned to be scheduled to be paved. Every street, and I live in, like I said, I live on Holton Lane. There's Holbrook Lane, Holiday Lane, Holmes, Hollis, Housestone, Hanover, and Harrison Drive. And every one of those streets, we are driving on the underlay that goes under on the street for them to put the asphalt on top of. Now, if you're gonna tell me those streets don't need to be repaved, because like I said, the last time I think my street was repaved was maybe 22 years ago, and I've been here 47 years. So I went and looked for myself, and I found out that from New Jersey legislation, I asked, did Willingboro receive any money from the bipartisan infrastructure law? And I was told, or I found myself, because I had to look for it myself. In 2023, segment rating 4 roadway project through the New Jersey State Legislature infrastructure package supported by federal government programs, Willingboro Township was approved for an estimated $3.7 million. And the last time I was here 3 years ago, there was only 15 streets or 15 roads in Willingboro that had been paved. And the other question I asked, where's the rest of the money? Is it still here? Is it still being used? All I want to know is, I would like to have my street paved because it hasn't been paid in at least 22 years. That's what I would like. And now that PSENG has finished laying all this piping in all of those streets that I just named, they should be scheduled to be paved. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thurston.
Good evening again, Madam Mayor, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, Council. I did send to Tony Mathis, 20 Medford Lane. I did send to 2 of the council, the mayor and Ms. Perone, because I wasn't able to send to the rest of the council in regards to the tree farm. I have asked for some clarification, and I'm representing basically the Rittenhouse area, Pine Street. There has been illegal dumping on that property from what I was told by Mr. Tunzel. I also took pictures that I did email to the mayor and Mrs. Perone. It looks like trees that have been cut down and then transferred over to the tree farm. And they're also dumping other I mean, I don't know, I wouldn't say trash, but I would say limbs and logs, huge logs. And it seems as if I don't know what is being done yet to rectify that. I do know that that property was designated to possibly be a warehouse slash residential cabinet building, but I think that fell through. But I'm still asking right now that you have an enormous amount of logs that are being deposited over there at the tree farm. And I would like to see if the council would address this issue to inform the residents as to what is being done to rectify that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mathis. Good evening.
Sorry. Good evening, everyone. My name is Bernice Allen. I live in 93 Jennings C. Lane. I have a complaint. Last year, I had a tree in my back fell, and I had to be responsible to pay for it. And that's the city tree. Again, another one just fell down. And it didn't break the fence this time, but I paid almost $1,600 last year to replace the fence with the tree that fell. But Willenboro said it was my responsibility to fix the tree. So I didn't have the letter with me right now. I should have had it. I wasn't going to speak, but since I'm here. In the letter, he stated that I didn't make a complaint. I'm not looking in my backyard for trees because my property had 7 trees on it when I bought the house, and I just moved here. I cut every tree down, $6,000. I'm not looking in my backyard to see all those trees behind my fence, if they're good or not. So my question to you guys, I paid $1,600 already, and now a tree is sitting on my fence right now, but it didn't break the fence. But they did come out this morning and looked at it. So my question, in the future, all the trees that gonna fall, I have to go back and monitor the trees in my backyard?
Okay, we'll answer at the end of public
Oh,
comment.
okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Allen.
Okay, greetings, Council. William Weston, 44 Bobsworth Lane. And I do pray that we have, even if we disagree, we can have harmony just in general. But I am a proponent of Vote 16. I do think it's helpful for the youth to be engaged because the adult voter turnout is low in this community. So I think if we try to engage the students earlier, they'll be more connected. Also, in the last council election, there was people ran unopposed. So this way we can start to get people connected with the process, the political process, and being part of it. There's adults who lack knowledge, we'll say. So you're saying that the student, I mean, we should try to get more of the community engaged us with voting in the political process in general. And this is just a way to open the door for that to happen. So just wanted to say that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson.
Good evening, council. Good evening, community members. I am here because I wanted to.
Can you state your name,
Oh,
please?
sorry, Ayana Ginyard, 27 Radcliffe Place.
Thank you.
I came up here to comment about the first ordinance. I missed some of the conversation, 26-21 for the chapter 314, section 1, placement of receptacles in Britton House, because I live in Britton House. I bought a house in 2024. And although I'm pleased with the receptacles, because I just came in and the fence was already existing, it's very difficult for the new trash can and the new recycle bin to get inside the gate. In order for me to have enough space to not keep it outside of my gate, I'm gonna have to redo the fence. That's a cost. It will get done, but I think just making it a little bit easier, I have set it up at top, right up to the gate, made a nice little place for it. I am now being told that I'm going to be fined for that. When I'm just trying to make sure that the trash get out on time and it's in a neat space. I can't speak to everybody in the park. I know everybody doesn't follow all the rules, but this would just be helpful. So I am one of the residents who is having challenges with an older fence that is existing that I'm going to have to tear down and replace in order to make a space big enough to be able to pull that inside of the gate. So it has been up against the gate. And that is, my neighbor across from me also has a tree stump in front of her gate. So she also is very difficult to get it inside. So I know it may not seem like a lot, but having to worry about fixing the fence just so I don't get fined on Monday nights or Tuesday when I come home for work for my trash receptacle is a bit much. And so I think we understand that we're HOA and we have to do things a little bit different, but this is one thing that would just make it a little bit easier for the community, just to be able to put it up against our fence. We're not talking about leaving it out anywhere, but to be able to put it up against the fence that we're responsible for, would just be helpful if that can be removed. So I am for and hope that that is considered. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gagnon.
Hello, Ikra Esker, Millbrook Drive. I appreciate Mayor Whitfield bringing up Vote 16, a motion I believe, if passed, will positively impact Willingboro's community and also increase youth civic engagement. Beyond this proposal, I also believe the council should consider establishing a youth advisory board for the school board or town council. I know Willingboro has youth in government days, but as Mayor Whitfield said, students are growing increasingly aware and interested in policy making. Establishing a youth council will let students make their voices heard, not just a few days out of the year, but continuously, and encourage students to not only continue to be civically engaged in adulthood, but also continue to contribute back to their communities. That's all. Thank you.
Can you state your name one more time for me?
Ikra Esker.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Esker.
Good evening, council. My name is Albert Simmons. I'm a resident of Willingboro. I live at 67 Windsor Lane, and I've been a resident for the last 40 years. I have a question, and I'm interested in how do they increase the taxes on the property tax? Whereas in May, my taxes were $2,500 plus. I just got a notice a week ago that in August, it will be $3,100 plus, which is like a $600 increase in 3 months. I'd like to know how they assess that and why didn't I get a notice, which gave me more time than 3 weeks to have the increase, which I think is substantial.
Thank you, Mr. Simmons.
Good evening, council.
Good evening.
My name is Amos Williams. I live at 170 Clubhouse Drive. I've been living in Willingboro for 31 years. Yesterday, I got a notice. I've already paid $2,700 in taxes every quarter. Yesterday, I got a notice that my taxes will be $3,300. I live on Social Security. Why is it from 27 to 3,300? I mean, what are we getting in this town that is so much for some of us who can't? I mean, don't have that kind of money. Why? From $2,700 to $3,300? I'd like to know why.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Any other public comment? Seeing, okay.
Don't start yet. Sarah Holly, 9 Tioga Lane. Okay, hold on for a second. I'm sorry. Did you start yet already? Okay. So, two things that I know you're probably going to discuss in executive session, but I'm going to talk about them anyway. Our reporter in residence back there, at the last meeting, he gave a softball question, a leading question, a setup question, a cue question, or talking point prompt question, whatever you want to call it, to Councilman Anderson, which I believe it was coordinating, and given his canned response, rehearsal, talking points, scripted answer, or political talking point. Okay, under NJSA 2C:51-2. I want to know, how has the council addressed the situation with Councilman Anderson? And I like Nat, to be honest with you. I was in the hospital 2 summers ago. He called me or texted me once a week. So I'm not talking about him personally. Okay, actually, it should have been addressed by council when he was convicted. Council should have contacted either the county prosecutor's office or the attorney general's office. And I know you didn't do that. Of course, you know I called people. All right. Yeah, I do. Okay. Now, Mayor Whitfield, I'm totally disappointed in you tonight. You're going to say you're going to vote to silence or remove Councilwoman Perrone. January, the situation with Councilman Anderson. You guys still had, that's been what, 6, 7 months ago? And you still have not voted to remove him. But tonight you make a motion to remove her. That's the problem for me as a taxpayer. Okay, also the other item, which I know you're going to talk about in executive session, relates to Manager Harris. I want to know which 3 council members voted to rice him, okay? Because I know Councilman Anderson could not have voted to rice him because he was the one leading the charge about leading the charge when he accused Mr. Harris of not being truthful. Now, that's a little funny, and the irony of that is laughable. Also, who's employed in the township that was supposed to oversee Pannoni as he was the engineer and the, what do you call it, the theater? And what exactly is First Friday? I don't understand that. My time is up. There should be 3 readings to change the ordinance. I'm in favor of the youth council. I think it's an excellent idea as a retired teacher, but I think we should also have an ethics board. So let's worry about that also. I guess that's all. Oh, my husband pays my tax bill. He came home about a week ago. Our taxes going up like $500. That's ridiculous, and that's every quarter. So if we can't get our trash picked up and we are spending that kind of money, that's a problem. And yes, I know that a majority of it came from school board. I already know that. 15 years on the school board, I definitely know that. So I think you guys should go to the school board too and ask the question.
Thank you, Ms. Holly. Any other public comment? Seeing none, public comment is now closed. We'll start with Ms. Mathis and the dumping at the tree farm. I know, Mr. Harris, you had discussed this a little earlier in your manager's report, but can you please reiterate what's being done there? Oh, that's great, because I have another question for you too.
Just hanging out in the back. Good evening again.
Good evening, Mr. Tunstall.
All right, I'm in communication with Ms. Jenwright regarding the tree farm or Woman's and the complaints associated with that. And if you don't mind, I'd like to tell you exactly what she stated. So Woman's, as many of you know, is a farm, and they have the right to be a farm. All violations have to go through the County of Agriculture. The board, we have cited Woman's, and those items have been approved in terms of the citing of them through the county. A lot of the things that Mr. Woman is doing are classified as a farm due to the tax assessors classification. Our power is somewhat limited when it comes to the township. As long as Mr. Woman is not receiving debris from contractors, he is permitted to receive stumps and tree debris that he uses as firewood to sell, and is permitted according to the Department of Agriculture Board. If they have complaints, they can contact me, and that's Ms. Jenwright, and I will give them the contact to these agencies to make a formal complaint. So the bottom line is, since he is classified as a tree farm, he can receive debris from tree cutters, but he cannot receive contracting debris. And the debris he is receiving is basically trees. He takes that debris and he sells it for firewood. Now, we do have an issue with the way he stores that material and the locations in which he stores that material. But once again, it is under the control of the Department of Agriculture. So there's limited things that we can do in terms of governing what he does because of his classification as a tree farm.
Yeah, and I know we've had multiple discussions about this. It's been an issue for a number of years, but because he was able to secure that designation as a farm property, which on Route 130, it makes no sense, but he was able to secure that designation as a farm. It does exempt him from a lot of our township ordinances, and we have to go through other channels to remediate some of those issues.
That is correct.
So thank you, Mr. Tunstall, for that. Also, Ms. Bernice Allen asked about the tree that fell on it's on the township property.
93, we addressed that this morning. I had a code enforcement officer go out there and take numerous photos. We forwarded those photos to Public Works. That tree that fell is township property. It fell from township property onto her private property. Mr. Chapman is aware of it, and I'm looking to find out what his schedule is in terms of having that removed, if he can do so.
Okay.
But he is aware of it, and we did go out and identify it as a problem that is associated to township property.
Okay, and if any other residents or Ms. Allen has any further issues with trees falling on their properties, what is the process to file a claim for that?
Well, if it damages the fence or any material, it is a tort claim, obviously. However, the first thing you should do is to contact us, meaning the inspections department will come out and assess the situation to determine whether or not the tree is technically belonging to the township. And if it is, we'll address it accordingly. But the process for recouping any damages to your property is obviously through the tort claim. That goes to application goes to the deputy township manager,
Okay.
correct? Okay, turn them in at the clerk's office.
Okay.
All right.
And do those trees have to be reported prior to them falling as and noticed as a problem for it to
Well,
qualify?
We live in Willingboro, and Willingboro has beautiful trees. However, some of the trees are getting to the age where they're old, and they are could be considered an imminent danger. If that is the case and they notify us that they are concerned about that, we will address it. We don't have the people power to go out and examine all the trees in Willingboro, but if there is an issue, please let us know. Contact the inspections department, and we will send someone out immediately to address it. If the tree is on your private property, it is your responsibility. If the tree is on township property, we will address it accordingly. But a lot of the trees are on private property, and it is the homeowner's responsibility to take care of that tree.
Thank you, Mr. Council.
Anything else?
Oh, yes.
Trash cans, the infamous
the
trash cans.
Yep.
As I stated early, we are addressing individual cases where the trash cans do not fit. Now, there's a difference between the trash can not fitting and you not wanting that trash can in your backyard inside your fence. And we have to make it clear, if the trash can does not fit, we will work with you on resolving that matter. We are not writing you up or fining you if we've determined that the trash can is a problem in terms of fitting. There are some issues where people just don't want the trash can in there inside their fence because they think it's unsightly or they think it's nasty or whatever. The bottom line is the ordinance says the trash can must be inside the fence. If it is a fit issue, we will address them on a case-by-case basis, and we will not fine you for that. We'll identify the problem and we'll address it. We'll work with you towards getting your fence replaced and or modified to fit. If it takes time, all you have to do is ask. We will provide extensions if necessary. So it is not we're not trying to penalize you. We just want to make sure that everything is uniform and according to the ordinance. All right?
All right.
And please call me if you have any questions or concerns. Most people do. Anything else?
No, I think that was it. Thank
All
you, Mr.
right.
Council.
I think I'm gonna leave this time. Have a great evening.
Okay, we had a comment from Mr. Livingston about the dock at Crystal Lake. So the dock did get delivered today to go in at Crystal Lake. I understand your concern. I am a frequent visitor of Crystal Lake. I go out there in the afternoons. I have my lunch there. I sit there, sit in the car, just look at the water. Many times it is a place of peace and calm for me as well. We have had a number of requests for a dock to enhance the fishing experience at Crystal Lake. Now, I know everyone might not feel that way, but there have been requests to add additional benches, to add a dock so that people can go a little further out into the water, and also make it handicap accessible to make the dock accessible or make the water accessible to those who have disabilities. So that is what the dock is. It's an effort to make it additionally accessible to other members of our community, so that everyone can enjoy the nature there. I know that it does impede on that view. Mr. Harris, I know it's not completely installed yet, but is there another like port of the lake that it can be installed at? Maybe not right at that front one. Mhm. Yeah, the one that's there, right? I know they swam it over and it's there, it's sitting there for right now, but does it have to be at that exact spot? Can it be at one of the other openings at the lake?
conversation with engineers tomorrow, where the grading and design.
Okay.
We can't refigure the dock assembly. I don't know. When you reposition on the shoreline, but you were there, you noticed they painted it. Spot where the landing is going to be, then that engineer is going to design access to meet roadway and that landing. So, that, repositioning docks, configuration in the wall.
Okay. All right, it's just something to think about, you know, the look as we go out or as people come up to the dock, if it's possible, you know, maybe it's something we can explore. And Mr. Livingston, I saw your hand in the back, but we don't take further comment after public comment has closed. But Mr. Harris, I know you talked to Mr. Livingston earlier today. And
We're having lunch next week.
okay. Yeah, he's gone. Mr. Thurston asked about Holton Lane paving. I know, Mr. Thurston, we did. If your street has that strip down the side where they replaced the pipe, all of those roads are being repaved, as Mr. Harris said in his report. And by the end of August, I think you said, or by the end of September. But can you just give us an update on the repaving of Holton?
So there are 49 streets that PSC&G is taking care of. And then, like I was saying, there's an additional block of roadway that the township is in the process of doing the engineering work on that. And I believe Mr. Holston Street or Holston Lane is,
Thurston,
right,
or
Mr.
Holton Lane.
Right, is on that list. So it's being engineered for repaving.
Okay. Do we have a timeline for that?
We're in the engineering process, and then we're going through the financing process. So if all goes well, it will be done by the end of the year.
Okay. And do you know how many roads we've repaved in our road project up until this point? I know many of those roads used funds from the infrastructure bill. Do you have the total number of roads that were repaved?
So we have about 100 streets that we have repaved in Willingboro over the past 2 years,
Okay.
including the 49 that are currently under works with PSC&G.
Okay. So we've had a number of streets that have been on that repaving plan. We have a total of 412 streets within Willingboro. We did do, as you know, the study in 2020 to grade all of the streets based on necessity of repaving, and we've been working our way through that list. It's not all going to get done in 1 year. I'm sorry you've had to wait for this long, Mr. Thurston, but we promise that it is coming. 3 years, it's coming. Okay. Thank you to Mr. Weston and Ms. Askar for your support of the Vote 16 initiative. I'm looking forward to council feedback and the possible adoption for that. Ms. Ginyard, we talked about the trash cans. Mr. Williams and Mr. Simmons had a question about the property tax increase. Mr. Harris, would you be able to explain that? I'll bring Ms. Diggs up.
Yeah. So the way the property taxes are, of course, the municipality prepares a budget, what it's going to cost us to operate the municipality for a year. And then whatever that cost is apportioned to each property based on the property's value, which is done by the tax assessor. I know that Willingboro has been going through not a refurbishment, reassessment, because they've changed the taxing model. from, it used to be value-based, but now it's market value in all those. So I'm not sure exactly what that calculation is, and we can have the tax assessor come and explain that, actually break down and process. But the reality is that expenses increase, costs go up, gas goes up, all these expenses that you experience in your home and in your residence, the municipality experiences is as well. Salaries go up, and those expenses are calculated and distributed across the municipality as equal as we can. Our actual tax rate, or the volume or the dollar amount of taxes is very close to the same that it was last year, if I'm not mistaken, Ms. Diggs. It was around $54 million. So, I believe that the municipality is working very diligently to keep taxes at bay, but we must remember that is a three-part system. It's the municipal portion, it's the school portion, and it's the county portion. We have no control over the school portion or the county portion. And unfortunately, this year, like Ms. Holly said, the bulk of the increase did not come from the township, it came from the school board.
And that's been true for the past few years. I know council has been very diligent in trying to be responsible with the spending of the tax dollars and the creation of the budget. We've had a flat budget or small decreases for the last 4 years. This year, because of the increase of healthcare costs and pensions, we did have to increase our budget, but the majority of the increase did come from the bond referendum that was passed by the school board, as well as the increase to the school board budget as well. The county also went up a bit, which contributes to your overall tax bill. So it's a number of things that contribute to the taxes going up. We do have tax programs that help seniors to manage their taxes. There's the senior freeze, as well as the, Ms. Diggs, can you talk about the other programs? You got to come to the mic.
Yes, indeed. The state has programs that will alleviate the tax burden on some seniors and some citizens. We have the tax freeze, we have the veterans and senior deductions, and we have the widow deductions. So you can always come to the tax office, apply, see whether you qualify, and then, and even the state budget actually increased to assist with those different programs.
Okay, so in order for residents to find out if they qualify or to find more information about the programs, can they come to the tax office and ask
Yes,
questions?
please. Yes, ma'am.
All right, so Mr. Williams and Mr. Simmons, you can come to the tax office and talk. Who would they speak with, Ms. Diggs?
You can either ask for Ms. Lamar Arnold, the tax collector, or ask for myself, Eusebia Diggs.
Okay. So you can speak with Lamar Arnold or Eusebia Diggs, our CFO, and they will help you get knowledgeable about the tax programs that will help you freeze the tax burden, or receive some deductions because of the status that you hold. So we know that it gets costly on our seniors, and there are programs that we promote that can help you with that tax burden. All right. Lastly, Ms. Holly, thank you for bringing up the Councilman Anderson issue. At the last meeting, we did vote to send a letter to the Attorney General's office to ask for guidance on whether there will be an order of forfeiture coming from them. Because Councilman Anderson is an elected official in this town, elected by the people to serve, as council, we cannot remove him from his position. I'll get to that. Thank you. We cannot remove him from his position as a sitting council person in Willingboro. So we asked the Attorney General office for guidance on him continuing to hold his position as he has been sentenced and is not here at the moment. We will be discussing further avenues or options to take as we move forward. We have not yet received an answer from the Attorney General's office, but we are hopeful that we will get some direction in that regard. In terms of the vote to remove Ms. Perrone, it was not to remove Ms. Perrone from her council seat. It was from this meeting for her conduct during this meeting. She was given 2 warnings. There was a point of order and there was also a gavel bang. And by Robert's rules, we can remove an unruly person that is sitting on the board from a meeting. So thank you for that comment, but we are not talking about removing her from her council seat. We are discussing removing her from the meeting at this time. First Fridays. Miss Jackson, would you be able to come up and talk about what First Fridays is? It's Friday Night Live.
Good evening, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and members of council and residents. So I think the reference is to Friday Night Live Music Summary Series, perhaps, Ms. Holly. And we have an event and have been having events since the first Friday in June, and it will go all the way to the last Friday in August, where we have different performances from 6 to 8. On Fridays at the amphitheater as an opportunity to kind of engage our community with live performances. We also have house music on a couple nights, and then we will wrap up on August 28th. So it's just an entertainment and opportunity for residents to come out and enjoy themselves. Anything else? All right, thank you.
Mr. Harris, can you talk about the overseeing of the construction of the Performing Arts Center? Who was responsible for overseeing that?
So generally, I have oversight over the work of the engineers in the municipality, all of our contracted vendors. But there were times where there are projects that just are not in my wheelhouse. And Ms. Holly's question was a really good question. And I don't want to bring up the Performing Arts Center again, but there was an instance in the Performing Arts Center where the engineer felt that the municipality had to spend an additional $800,000 to reinforce the ceiling. We went and we sought another engineer to review that proposal to either validate what they were saying or not. Another engineering firm refused to go back and make an assessment about another engineer's firm's recommendations as far as construction project, because their position was if they were right and something happened, then the engineering firm would be liable, and they were not willing to do that. And that is what prompted my consideration of us going and hiring our own in-house engineer who could review these highly technical specs and situations and make determinations for the township on behalf of the township. And unfortunately, our engineer had to resign his position because of health issues. But that is my particular take on who is in charge of monitoring the engineers.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. I think that is everything.
Madam Mayor,
Councilwoman Pearl.
thank you. So in regards to some of the responses, as far as the comment regarding the voting 16. I am in favor of a youth advisory board, but that's not, I want to be clear that that's not what Madam Mayor has presented tonight. What she presented is for 16-year-olds to vote for the adult positions on the council seat and the adult positions on the school board. Yes, that means they're not even old enough to be in these seats. So we got to look at it a little further. And they are school advisory boards, young lady, in Willingboro. I'm not sure where you go to school, because when I was on the school board, I actually initiated that. Each, from elementary to high school, where the students can vote for their student council. So that does exist, and you should stay involved. So I wanted to clear that up. And I also wanted to add that the fact is, Madam Mayor is also a substitute teacher in Willingboro, and her term is up this year. So she's recruiting 16-year-olds to vote for her back in office. So that's a concern. Okay, you got to put things in perspectives. She needs 16-year-olds to keep her in office. Okay, the taxes, you heard the question. Why did we spend close to $500,000 to this one person who did not do what was in the contract? And when I speak about contract, they want to silence me, but I will not be silenced. I will speak. And no, you will not remove me. Okay, so that's why your taxes are going up. And this isn't the first meeting that I speak about all the reckless spending, because, oh, I can assure you, those who spoke about their taxes going up, keep them on here, it's going to go up further. And it's not just about the school district. That's the blame game. What it is they allow reckless spending for what? And have no logical explanation for why we're spending thousands and thousands of dollars. That is why the taxes are going up. And I am a taxpayer here. And I do feel that the township manager should live here and pay taxes here with us, because we are one community. And I think as far as all the other comments, I'll address those later, but I did want to bring that to your attention for those who spoke about the taxes and the youth advisory, okay? Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councilwoman Perone. And just as a point of clarity, as I stated before, the tax rate is made up of 3 different entities. It is the municipal taxes, the school taxes, and the county taxes. For the last 4 years, this council has been very diligent with our spending and our budget in order to secure flat tax rate or slightly lower the tax rate for residents. It is not lies, and if certain council people would read their packets or be involved in the budget discussions or participate in any way in designating the projects that we take on, they would know that we were able to secure and stabilize taxes for the last 4 years. Yes, things go up, money doesn't grow on trees, and we have to be able to fund the budget in some way. This year, we did have to have an increase, but for the past 4 years, we were able to stabilize taxes, and I am quite proud of that fact. All right, with that, council comment. Anyone for council comment?
Madam Mayor.
Councilman Perone.
Yes, thank you. I do want to thank everyone for coming out this evening, but I also wanted to add, remember about the disorderly piece? Her mother was very disrespectful. And notice that she didn't bang the gavel until I told her to. Okay? She cursed in this room, and there is an ordinance for conduct. And yes, anyone cursing, anyone screaming from the outside of this room. And notice when the gentleman raised his hand, she quickly told him, we don't take any more answers. But when her mother was disorderly, did she say, Mom, out? No, right? See, so when we have Robert's Rules of Order, it applies to everyone. So what happens is, as the facilitator, as the mayor, that is part of her responsibility on Robert's Rules of Order, to make sure that she's facilitating the meeting fairly and justly for all people, not just for her mother, okay? So because the moment the facilitator is not following Robert's Rules of Order, you know whose Rules of Order will be? Rebecca Perone's Rules of Order, okay? Once you dismantle the order of process and stop following Robert's Rules of Order, don't expect me to follow the rules either. And it does apply to everyone. whether you like what I'm saying or not. And yes, I will continue to question contracts, employment contracts, agreements that we go into. I will question those things. You may not like what I'm saying. You may not understand the questions, but understand this. I am the voice for the people of Willingboro, and I will continue to do that. Okay? I am passionate about how I speak. Absolutely. You know why? Because I'm a taxpayer here. I raise my children here, and I'm deeply concerned about how high these taxes are going and how less of a service we're receiving. Okay? That's unacceptable. So you will, if you listen to the meetings, the prior meetings, you hear me speak about why are we charging the taxpayers more money for trash pickup when we know good and well they need both trash cans picked up. They did support the initiative to changing that and stop charging the people additional funds. So yes, you may not understand me. You may not agree with my delivery and my approach, but understand this, at least I delivered it. Thank you.
Any other council comment? Deputy Mayor Worthy.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you all for coming out this evening, and those who are watching the stream online as well, just to understand what's happening in our community and to keep up with some of the changes and to learn about the good things. We got lots of good things going on in Willingboro as well, and I'm looking forward to more good things to come. I do like the idea of the tax assessor coming to the next meeting. I think that it would be helpful to hear from the tax assessor and get an update on where they are with assessments. So I really would appreciate that. I know that was mentioned. I encourage the community to continue to stay connected with the council and the administration. And while the council meeting is one way to connect, there are many other ways. All of our email addresses are online, our phone numbers are online. If you want to schedule time to discuss anything with any member of the council or with Mr. Harris, you can do that. It does allow for more conversation back and forth instead of in this setting where you can't really have much of a dialogue by the structure of the meeting. But we are open. I'll speak for myself. I'm open to meetings, phone calls. I've got lots of phone calls. I try to call everybody back or return their emails to answer questions. So there are other ways to connect and to stay connected. There were some comments made about reckless spending this evening. I do want to remind the community that when we vote for items, we have a packet. We get this packet. The packet has, I don't know, sometimes up to 200 pages in the packet. We receive it in advance of the meeting. There are itemized lists in here of what we're purchasing, what we're procuring. There were times where requests for additional information had to be made so that you could answer your questions before the meeting. And if you go back and look at the different meetings, you'll be able to see if anyone abstained from different votes or if they said, I don't support this particular vendor or contractor. You would be able to see for yourself if we were unanimously approving bill lists or not. And so while I understand that as time goes by, their thoughts or ideas may evolve, that's fine. But it is problematic when each council member doesn't take accountability for their own vote, for what they supported. It's okay to change your mind. It's okay to ask the questions, but we're a council, a body of 5. And so with that, we can't do anything unilaterally. It takes the body, it takes the majority to vote. So I would just ask you to go back, just look for yourself. You can see for yourself. You can request the minutes from the clerk's office where you can see what were the votes for the different bill lists, and you can see that for yourself. I also want to say, while sometimes our meetings look like they're made for TV, I've been told that Shonda Rhimes has been contacted to see if she'd be interested in doing something in Willingboro. It sounds like fun. But we do stay united around a few things. Like you may see disagreement here, you see the arguments, you see the passion that comes out, but we have a common mission, we have a common vision, we have a common strategic plan. We voted unilaterally on a mission for Willingboro, the vision of Willingboro, and for the strategic plan. We voted unilaterally on what our core values of a municipality are. We voted unanimously. I keep saying we voted unanimously for those things: mission, vision, strategic plan. Unanimously for our township manager. They were all unanimous decisions. There are times where we don't agree and we'll vote nay or abstain from different things, but I want the people of Willingboro to know that while there are disagreements and there's passion, and we all express ourselves in different ways based on just our preferences and our distinct personalities, it doesn't mean that there's no unity in terms of what it is that we want to do. I think where things fall apart often is the how, the execution, but the what we want to do, the mission and the vision, the overall overarching plans, we have been pretty united. But when it comes to actually how we get things done, that's where things begin to fall apart. So thank you very much, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Worthy. Councilwoman McIntosh? All right. All right, for my comments. Yes, I'd like to take a motion to extend the meeting until 10:30.
Second.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Worthy, seconded by Councilwoman Perone. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right. First, I'd like to thank Senator Singleton for his support for Willingboro with the $400,000 to go towards our new fire truck. It's desperately needed. And we always appreciate his support of Willingboro in helping us to achieve our goals. This procurement of the fire truck not only helps Willingboro, but it also helps our Burlington County as a whole. And we are very thankful for his support of that. I want to give a shout out to Recreation. They have been in the streets. Recreation has been around town, doing all types of programs, engaging with residents. I went to the Summer in Motion. There were a number of folks out there. It feels like an old school block party. Free food, DJ, kids playing. The chess club was out there playing chess. So it's just a really good vibe. And especially in these hard economic times, I know families are looking for something to do that does not cost them money. And Recreation is providing those opportunities. So thank you for all your hard work. Also, Recreation answered the call of our younger residents who claim there is no programming for the young adults. What we are trying to help the young adults 21 plus understand is that they are adults and that adult programming in Willingboro is for them as well. All it took was a change of a flyer for usually very sparsely attended Adult Swim to be overwhelmed with attendance, especially by our young adult crowd. So I hope that more of that 21-year-old age crowd understands that the adult programming in Willingboro is for them, and they participate in not just the Adult Swim, but other adult programming that we have throughout the municipality. Once again, thank you to Miss Foster for all of her hard work in Willingboro. We had her retirement party, and you can just feel the love in the room for her. We felt the love from all of the elected officials around the state. She got proclamations from a number of offices, including the governor's office. So we are very sad to see her go, but we know she's still a fixture in this community. And Miss King, you have some big shoes to fill, but welcome again, and we're looking forward to working with you. The last thing that I will say is, to me, decorum is very important in the meeting. And as I try to orchestrate this meeting and ensure that it goes smoothly, it only works if other members of the council adhere to the rules of conduct of this meeting. If they don't try to talk over people, if they allow other people to speak when it is their turn to speak, if they acknowledge and recognize the points of orders that are called, as well as when the gavel is banged. If there's no regard for the mechanisms, yes, there is an issue with conduct in the meeting. And although I am not one to yell and scream up here on the dais, there are some council members who do not have a problem with disparaging the good name of Willingboro in effort to get their 2 minutes of fame on the dais. So I'd appreciate for our community to continue to be engaged, but also respect the rules of the courtroom as we conduct these meetings. And I also ask council to do the same. All right. Now we'll go on to the motion for executive session, please.
Yes, I get a motion to go into executive session for a resolution authorizing a closed executive session in accordance with the New Jersey Open Public Meetings Act for matters of personnel and attorney-client privileges.
So moved. Second?
Moved by Councilwoman Perone, seconded by Deputy Mayor Worthy.
Councilwoman Perone,
Yes.
Councilwoman McIntosh,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Dr. Worthy,
Yes.
Mayor Whitfield.
Yes. There may be a decision when we come out. need to extend the meeting further, so we'll come out of executive session and then vote to extend the meeting further, and then we'll go back into executive session. So we'll have three things.
Yes, can I get a motion to come out executive?
So moved.
Second. Moved by Deputy Mayor Worthy, seconded by Councilwoman Perone. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right, we're now out of executive session. We will extend the meeting, or I'd like to ask for a motion to extend the meeting. I'll say until 11:30. You may not need all the time. Can I get a second?
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Perone, seconded by, sorry, moved by Councilwoman McIntosh, seconded by Deputy Mayor Worthy. Roll call.
Councilwoman Perone,
Yes.
Councilwoman McIntosh, Deputy Mayor Dr. Worthy,
Yes.
Mayor Whitfield.
Yes.
Can I get a motion to go back into executive session?
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman McIntosh, seconded by Deputy Mayor Worthy.
Councilwoman Perone,
Yes.
Councilwoman McIntosh, Deputy Mayor Dr. Worthy,
Yes.
Mayor Whitfield.
Yes.
Yes, may I have a motion to come out of executive session?
So moved.
Councilwoman Perone,
Yes.
Councilwoman McIntosh. Deputy Mayor Dr. Worthy.
Yes.
Mayor Whitfield. Can I get a motion to approve resolution 26-145?
So moved.
Do you want me to read what it is? Sorry.
Is your microphone on this side?
It is. I'm sorry. I gotta speak a little louder. Yes. I'm sorry. Yes. Can I get a motion to approve resolution 26-145, a resolution authorizing the Township of Willingboro to execute an agreement to procure staging and related services at the 2026 Willingboro Jazz Festival?
So moved.
Second. Moved by Deputy Mayor Whitfield. Councilwoman Perone?
Yes.
Councilwoman McIntosh? Deputy Mayor Dr. Worthy?
Yes.
Mayor Whitfield?
Yes. Okay, also in the matter of, Councilman Anderson, we had extensive discussion in executive session. Our solicitor will continue to, follow up with the attorney generals as well as the prosecutor's office on, the guidance in their action. We will also, begin taking steps to pursue an additional option that we have that we cannot comment on at this time. And then lastly, regarding the issue of the township manager, I'd like to make a motion to grant a permanent waiver of residency for Mr. Harris. Can I have a second, please?
Second.
Moved by Mayor Whitfield, seconded by Deputy Mayor Worthy. Discussion.
Discussion. So at this time, I'm not going to vote yes for that waiver, simply because the employment agreement simply stated very clearly that the township manager, according to our ordinance 66-2, that the township manager lives in our township, in the municipal township of Willingboro. He further additionally received additional $10,000 in salary increase, which we've held that part of the bargain of the agreement and paid him and have been paying him. I find it to be, as a taxpayer of Willingboro, to be insulting that I'm paying his salary and he says it's too expensive for him to live here, but I live here and pay the high taxes and make sure he has a salary. That's why I find it unethical to vote, to waive it, to try to change the ordinance to fit so this way he does not have to live here. That is what is about to happen. The three women next to me, to my right, are going to change the ordinance to say the township manager does not have to live here to oblige by all the money that we've already paid him. Okay? Willingboro is a beautiful place. And I do hope one day, Mr. Harris, that you do make a different choice and choose Willingboro as your home. He lives in a different township, but works in Willingboro. And that goes against our contractual employment agreement that we have with you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Perone.
Thank you.
Any other discussion? Deputy Mayor Worthy.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As it relates to supporting the waiver of residency, it wasn't something that was easily done. It's always been important that whoever is leading our township understand the culture of our community, that they're engaged in the different activities that we have in town, that they understand the fabric of our community. When Mr. Harris was hired, he was incentivized to move here with a $10,000, and within 30 days or less, he secured a place to live in Willingboro. And he moved to town and lived there for 3 years. During that time, life happened. You live long enough, you'll have life experiences and things happen. And sometimes you're in a situation where you have to make changes. We did grant a temporary waiver to Mr. Harris to deal with some personal matters. An additional 30 days was also granted. Yes, I was initially very disappointed that Mr. Harris did not come back to Willingboro, I think it's very important to be here. At the same time, we can't have a situation where we're enforcing residency on some officials and not on others. And so to avoid the appearance of disparate treatment, to be sure that we're equitable and applying ordinances fairly, it would not be right to move forward with, in my opinion, to move forward with taking a harsher action on Mr. Harris than any other um, township administrative employee who is bound by the same requirements to live in Willingboro. With that, I believe that the council should take another look at the ordinance, looking at it in its entirety. And when it comes to residency, not focusing on the person in the job, but looking at the ordinance itself, and having discussions, meeting with residents, understand what it is that we want for our community. It would be unfair and unjust to me to go from granting a temporary waiver to Mr. Harris to removing him from his office due to different circumstances that have happened when the council does have the authority to grant a waiver. And so with that, I do support granting a permanent waiver. And the remedy for me is to go back and look at our ordinance in its entirety so that the future councils, you know, in 2028 and all, for the future councils to be able to have perspective as they're looking at who they want to lead their town. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Ward. Councilwoman McIntosh.
I agree with that statement, Councilwoman Worthy. When I was tasked as a committee to research and look at the ordinance was very, I understand the intention of the ordinance. However, as Dr. Worthy said, life happens and the practicality of it is a little shaky to me. So I do support revisiting the ordinance in its entirety. Because as I was going through it, and even as we went through the process of even trying to hire different appointments, the residency part was an issue. And I think while the intention is to have someone there and the preference should still be there for residents, I think that preference, we just have to explicitly state that it is a preference with the understanding that, you know, with equal credentials and equal experience, that residency is preferred still. I think that we need to make that very clear. But the practicality of this ordinance is not as tight as I would like it to be. Because I remember sitting in here when this ordinance was passed in 2016, and I agreed with it. But you know, as I'm in the position, I see that the stability of this township is of utmost importance. And I don't think someone should be disqualified from running the town if they're doing a great job. I think you're doing a great job. And I know you did. I do believe you love Willingboro, and I do believe that you have Willingboro at the highest regard. But as Dr. Worthy said, we're still trying to create ordinances that don't focus on the person. When we're not here, the stability of the town is the utmost importance. So again, I would still say to council that I think residency is a very important component of this position. But I think we do have to revisit the practicality of just making that the entirety of whether someone keeps their job or not. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman McIntosh. And I'd like to say, yes, this decision was not made lightly. It took a lot of discussion and council to be able to understand really what we want to get out of this and why the reasons behind why we have this ordinance in place. We had the ordinance in place because we wanted whoever was going to lead this township and the township manager position to understand the culture of Willingboro, as Dr. Worthy said. And I think Mr. Harris has fulfilled that. He moved in and lived here for 3 years. He was able to spend time with residents. He came to events. He shopped where we shopped. He walked where we walked. And he became a resident of this community to understand how this community worked. I would like to thank Mr. Harris for his commitment to Willingboro, because it hasn't been an easy road, and you have made waves and taken actions to get us over some critical humps that we were at, moving this township forward. For example, the road project, the lighting project that's underway, completion of the Performing Arts Center, revamp of the Willingboro, the JFK track. There are a number of projects that council people had been talking about before I was even on council for 20 years, and no action was taken to make those things possible, or to make those things go through. But as we communicated our goals, you took that as a charge and you made sure that those projects got completed, and I appreciate you for that. So I do believe that he fulfilled the requirement. Life happens, and I am one that if you have to do for one, that you're going to do for everyone, and I am in support of granting you the permanent waiver. All right, roll call.
Councilwoman Peron,
No.
Councilwoman McIntosh, Deputy Mayor Dr. Worthy.
Yes.
Mayor Whitfield.
Yes. With no other action, we'll move, I'll ask for a motion for adjournment.
So moved.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Worthy, seconded by Councilwoman McIntosh.
The time is now 11:41 in the.
We have to vote.
Oh, I'm sorry.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstention? All right.
Good night,
Time is now 11:41 and the Willingboro Council meeting is officially adjourned.
Good night, Willingboro.